I'll make it up. I'll make it. I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
Good evening. You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Halloween, October 31st, 2023. This is our last live stream of the month in which we've celebrated sort of the spooky and creepy. Streamed over 70 hours at this point. And this is our finale here. This is Witchery Spell, which is a sort of deluxe escape room experience. And I expect that we'll be able to finish it in one night. I hope. I can see in the chat that we've got a bunch of regulars here, some real puzzle experts. Hopefully that will keep us on track and be able to finish it for tonight. And some new people have stopped by, which is wonderful as well. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started here. I do want to recommend that you go check out Greg's new board game channel, which has just started up. There's a link to it on the About page of this channel, and he's got a bunch of videos up talking about some different games, mostly competitive, but some cooperative, and he's doing sort of a rules videos and quick review videos. It's a nice, concise format. You'll be a little shocked at how different they are in terms of length from the videos you find here, which is probably more suitable. Okay, what else do we need to talk about If you are a puzzle gamer, Nicola is in the chat, and Nicola was telling us about this contest that's held every year called Galactic Puzzle, I believe, something like that. Galactic Puzzle Hunt. And there is a little group that Nicola has put together on the Discord to participate in it. They're supposed to be very hard, so I don't know. You have to be a sort of masochist to want to participate. But if you haven't stopped by the Discord for this channel and you're curious, you'll find a link to that in the About page. It's obviously free. But I'm there 18 hours a day while I'm awake and at the computer. I'm always happy to talk about board games and game design, etc. Especially if you're interested in helping with the development of High and Low, the mystery detective New York City noir game I've been working on, and I could use some help, especially people who might be interested in helping me get real places in New York City into the directory. Okay, is that it? Is there anything else we need to catch up on? Let me check in with the chat, see if anyone is working on anything interesting. Did anyone do anything this Halloween? I mean, you're here with me, but I guess if you're in the US, it's 11 p.m., so you had trick-or-treaters. Matt says, had 103 kids come by tonight, a record for us. It sounds like Matt E. is one of these people that keeps statistics. I've got a friend here in town who's got spreadsheets of every year, not just how many kids came by, but which of the candies they took. So he's got a little spreadsheet, Michael, this one of the people I go to Gen Con with, of how many people took each candy. And I was theorizing you could use that to find the serial killers, like the kids that didn't take Kit Kat but took like Starburst. That seems like the serial killer in the making. Keep an eye on those kids. Anyone else do anything interesting today? It would be nice if we had one of those maps so we could see where people in the channel are from and what their time zones are. Because I guess in the US, my channel has people who are night owls. And then in Europe, they're just your normal daytime people. Daniel says, went out with my 2 kids while wife stayed home and watched the newborn. Daniel is the one with the new baby, I think. Mountain Time, USA, says Daniel. Northern California for me, says Perry. Okay. Matt C says Chicago. Oh, Matt C is near me. Oh, good. Thank you for reminding me. Matt C wrote the first letter in our interactive play-by-mail game, one-of-a-kind homemade Sherlock Holmes consulting detective letter that we got on Sunday that Matt is writing. And we put in replies. We had a 2-hour session on Sunday talking about this wonderful new experience that Matt was writing a custom case for us. We played the first letter. If you want to join us this coming Sunday for the reply, the second letter, it is really one of my favorite things we've done on the channel. So you still got time. You can watch last week's stream, last week's Sunday stream it's titled something like Improv Play-by-Mail. And then you can join us for this coming Sunday's session where we read the first replies. It's sort of fascinating to think of that we're sort of making the ground rules of this game up as we go. We have no idea what the reply is going to look like, how long it's going to be. Fascinating game. If you can join us this coming Sunday at 3 p.m. Central for that, it's quite special. Okay, so everyone has checked in. Let's talk about Witchery Spell. Witchery Spell was recommended to me on a Facebook group, which I normally really try to avoid Facebook, and I don't like it. I don't like any of the social media stuff. But there's a group called Puzzle People that was recommended to me a bunch of times, and there are some real expert mystery gamers, puzzle gamers, as well as a bunch of designers that frequent that Facebook group. And I posted a question in September or so, asking for recommendations for some spooky, scary games. And Witchery Spell came up quite a bit. as well as The Messenger, which we already played. Now, this is a one-time game. You can't, there's a story and surprises and puzzles. So if you watch and join this playthrough, you won't be able to play it yourself. And if you're a big fan of these kinds of games, especially scary Halloween experiences, you might want to stop watching it as soon as I open it and go purchase it yourself and play it. And then you could come back and watch the playthrough to see how we did compared to you. If you do watch and play it with us, you might consider, as with all of these games, leaving the company a review if you liked it, as sort of an exchange, a bargain with the devil, since you didn't buy it. But we can give back to the company by reviewing it, which is a good way to remind you that I have no arrangements with any publishers. I purchase all the games we play myself, which means we can feel free to complain about them when we don't like them. Which might be a good segue to just mention that Greg and I got together yesterday, and played a couple of games. We finally played Perspectives, that orange box there, a brand new kind of deduction mystery game created by someone that's very familiar to this channel, Dave Neal, who made the Baker Street Irregulars boxes, which is that green box over my shoulder. An amazing box of Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. And we played Perspectives. We played the first of 3 cases in Perspectives. And we'll post a proper review of it when we finish all 3 cases, but I'm going to be posting a little first impressions of it. It's actually very good. It's very good and different, but I highly recommend it. So you can go out and buy it now if you've got someone to play it. You can't play it solo. You absolutely cannot play it solo. You can play it with 2, 3. I think it'll probably be pretty good. You can play it up to 6, but I think it'll probably be pretty good up to a higher number count. Very good at 2-player. The game we played that wasn't good, though, was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which was very, very bad. And we did record a long review talking about this experience of playing this game. And there are some interesting posts on Board Game Geek about it, and people arguing with the designer in a somewhat unpleasant fashion about how broken it is and stuff. But our review will be up soon. I'm waiting for Greg to do the rules and his review, but they'll be up at the same time. So you can watch Greg's and you can watch the one that Greg and I did together, but very interesting thing. And we also played a game called Sherlock Files that I've had on my shelf for a couple years, and I'm going to wait and not tell you anything about that until I make a review of it. All right, so back to Witchery Spell. This was recommended on Puzzle People, and I bought it used, I believe, but reset. And I think you have to buy a reset pack because some things might get destroyed, but we'll find out. And it's clear that there is some online or phone usage with this game. I'm told it's not super puzzle hard, more focused on narrative, but there are some important puzzle pieces that I'm glad to have some experts in the chat to help me so we don't get frustrated. I've done a bunch of screaming at my computer earlier today related to geocoding a REST API thing that's not responding. It's responding with an error without details. But yeah, that has nothing to do with you. All right, shall we get started here? All right, let's look at this top of this box. So it's a fairly large box. It's not clear why it's so large. It says start here, and there's a little, like an advert. And I'm fairly certain this advert is part of the game. So let's take it out. We've got... Did you enjoy the game? QR code, Dark Games. Actually, I should point out that one of the that this company makes a couple games that were recommended as answers to my questions. One was called the never room or something like that. Got stuck, help. All right, so hints if we need them. And then there's this. So I've got this out because I know there's some stuff in there that makes a mess. All right. So let's take a look at this because I'm not sure what's going on. Never House, I'm told, says Dorian, is the name of the other game that gets recommended by them. So let's take a look at this because it's a little, I'm not sure how to put this into this game. Like I thought this was going to be an old witch game of old time witches, yet this is clearly some new thing. And then there's this voice message and then numbers. They don't look like they're not always the same. 87966 87905 598. So if it's repeating, it's not. If there's a pattern here, it's not clear. And then it says this password is 3. Use a pen. And don't know why that's relevant to anything. I mean, can we log on here? Do we know the account? I don't know. So we'll probably try this in a second as a way to get voicemail. I did bring out my phone in case we need to use it. I assume we're going to need to find something while we're playing the game that would tell us what our login here would be. But I do need to remind the chat because the last couple sessions I've had a little mini rebellion going on here in the channel where people are going off on their own trying to solve things. And the contract we have here on this channel is you have to stay synchronized with me. When I work on something that's in front of the camera, you can work on that puzzle. And you can't go off on your own trying to solve things asynchronously, except if you want to disengage yourself from our timeline. Then you can work on whatever you want, but you can't come in and say, hey, I figured this thing out. You got to stay out of it. All right. Let's open this box and see what we've got here, and we'll put this aside to deal with later. Although it does say start here. Well, maybe we do need to start here. I changed my mind. It says start here. We got to follow these rules. Let's start here. So let's go to this website. Maybe it'll be a good opportunity for us to make sure that all of our internet stuff is working properly. And these are, there has to be some way for on a tablet for you to say, look, I'm going to be putting this, there's so many, half the population has the YouTube channel. There surely has to be some way to say, stop showing my history and stuff because I have a YouTube channel and it's going to be public. Okay, voice. I only use this for the channel though, so everything you're seeing is from previous games. Okay. Voice message online. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Is this a real website? Yes, it is. Voice message, it's where you need to be. This could be a real service for all I know. Welcome back, enter your password. All right, just wants a password. There's no, this is no login, so this feels like, it's not a real website. All right, let's log in. Let's see what happens. Invalid password. Okay. So it says on our sheet, the password looks like a 3, and then it says use a pen. Okay, well, I've typed 3 and it didn't like that. Let's just try that again. Maybe we've got some explanation for what the 3 is. Password is 3, use a pen. All right, so I got a couple theories here. You could imagine that the password could be something like 3 space and then parentheses use a pen, but I have a different theory based on something that we've encountered a bunch in these games. Yeah, that's not it. Okay, so I have a theory. My theory here is if we circle all the 3s, that will spell out something. I wonder if that's going to be the case. Does it look like the case? If you just take a quick glance, do you see lots of 3s contiguous? Like I see an unusual amount of 3s here and an unusual amount of 3s here. So let's I wouldn't do this normally at the start, except it says to start here. So let's see if we can use our old trick. Doesn't look very transparent. Oh, okay. All right, let's see if we can mark all the threes and spell out something, perhaps. I'm just going to do, these are light, very hard for me to read, but let's see if we can do some of them. I mean, there's threes here. And there's two here. And there's a bunch of threes here. I probably should not be using this permanent marker. Let's try to do it this way. A little hard. Maybe if I split screen it, is that easier for me to see on screen? A little bit. I'm not sure this really helps. Maybe I'll just do it by looking down. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Out of 3, yes. Okay, so you can see it is spelling something, isn't it? 3, 3. Okay, so you can see we've got what looks like an M here. And then there's a 3 there, 3 here, 3 here, 3 here, here. Okay, it looks like we got an A. I mean, we've seen it. You can see how you keep playing puzzle games. The first 10 times you run into one of these spatial drawing out a pattern, the first 10 times you're surprised. The next, after that, you're just looking for it. And that's the state I'm in now. Anytime you tell me something that could be marking out a shape on something, I look for it. So what have we got here? I guess that's going to be an I. Okay. Well, magic. Okay, so I'm guessing all these dim letters we probably don't need. Probably the entire password is magic. All right, let's go back and try magic. All right, well, we're in. All right, that's exciting. All right. Assuming there's nothing else to talk about, let me just check in with the chat and remind you. This is a good time to leave if you think you want to play this game yourself, or you could listen. I mean, it's already spoiled the first puzzle. Or you could listen to these audio files and think, okay, is this going to be something I want to try? Nicholas says, very well done intro puzzle. Okay. All right, let's try to listen to these together. Everyone is loving Matt's play-by-mail game on Sunday. All right, let's see if we're going to be off to a good start with our audio. We got a 14-second, a 22-second, and a 23-second, and that looks like that's all there is to see here. Why is Dutch underlined? Maybe this is just going to be some translate for us. So let's see if it's in Dutch.
Hi, Margaret. It's Lisa. Oh my God, it's been ages. So nice to hear from you. Are you okay, though? You sounded a little stressed. Did something happen? Call me back.
Okay, well, let's do it again because I missed the first little bit of that.
Hi, Margaret. It's Lisa.
Margaret,
oh my God,
it's Lisa.
It's been
Okay.
ages. So nice to hear from you. Are you okay, though? You sounded a little stressed. Did something happen? Call me back.
Okay, first message. Hi, Margaret. It's Lisa. We got no dates for any of these. All right, let's listen to the second one. Are we Margaret? Maybe we are.
Hello, Miss Barker. This is Tyler from Pastry Shop Sweetie Pie. As I understand it, you are turning 23 soon, and we would like to make you an offer that, frankly, we think you won't be able to refuse. Would you please call me back? I can be reached at this number. If you don't, you'll regret it. Hope to hear from you soon, and have a nice day. Bye.
All right, let's listen to that again.
Hello, Miss Barker. This is Tyler from Pastry Shop Sweetie Pie. As I understand it, you are turning 23 soon, and we would like to make you an offer that, frankly, we think you won't be able to refuse. Would you please call me back? I can be reached at this number. If you don't, you'll regret it. Hope to hear from
Okay,
you soon, and have a nice day. Bye.
we're Miss Margaret. We're turning almost 23. Why is this Spamonite saying Miss Walker? No, Miss Margaret, he said. Miss Margaret. He just called us by our first name last. Unless someone can correct me. Here's our last message.
Hi, Margaret. This is Amy. I got your message and called you as fast as I could. What's the matter? What's going on? I spoke to the girls and they told me you called them too. Does this have to do with the ritual we performed years ago? Do you need help? Do you want me to come over? Please get back to me. Okay, bye.
Okay, regards a ritual from years ago. How'd you like to get that call? Hey, remember that ritual we did where we summoned a demon? The demon just showed up. All right, so 3 messages didn't seem all that important to us other than setting the scene. We got a call from Amy, a call from Tyler at Sweetie Pie letting us know that we're almost 23, and then a call from Lisa. And the last call said, I've heard you've called all the girls. So it feels to me like we've got a witch's coven situation on our hands. The old witch's coven problem, which I'm sure many women have to deal with. The second message was spooky. Yeah, it did seem to imply that Tyler at Sweetie Pie Bakery was implying something about an offer you can't refuse. Okay, so let's see. The way they've sealed this box is as if it was an old case with some sticker. Okay. And you'll see when I open this why I put this thing down on the table. What's happening here? All right, so nothing on the lid. We've got a letter. We've got an envelope, and we've got a bunch of stuff in like corn husks or hay. I guess this is hay. This tells you where little clue about my background growing up that I didn't know what this was, but this is clearly like hay. All right, let's read our letter first, and then we'll come back to that. Here we go. Dear reader, we hope this box finds you well. However randomly chosen it may seem, we have carefully selected you to be the trustworthy beneficiary of our highly sensitive secrets through a finder spell. We urgently seek your help. Years ago, as young girls, we forged a bond by performing a seemingly harmless ritual. Recently, we've discovered this ceremony was not as innocent as we then assumed. How could we have known we were only 11 years old? Recently, one of us disappeared without a trace the day she turned 23. We have not heard from her ever since, but we have a strong suspicion that the ritual we performed has something to do with it. Also, we found a black envelope that seemed to belong to some secret association at the very spot where she disappeared. A black envelope. Our friend Margaret is the one that kept the Witchery Spells book that we found back then. Margaret is also the one that has gone missing. All right, so we're not Margaret, but we were listening to Margaret's voice messages because we've been asked to find Margaret or figure out what's happened. Although we could not find the book in her apartment, we did find some ripped out pages hidden in a drawer. It would seem she was trying to find information about a counterspell of some sort. We do not know why. We do have the feeling, however, that this spell that she was trying to complete has something to do with her disappearance. And even worse, that if it's not performed in time, it may very well mean the end of all of us. All of us collectively, as in Earth, or just these couple women? I'm not sure. Are we included in this end of all of us? Okay, returning to the letter. But we are witches, and this particular ritual cannot be performed by a witch, so we're powerless. This is where you come in. We have collected everything we could find in Margaret's apartment, as well as a handful of other items we think you might need. Please help us in finding out what has become of Margaret. Complete and perform the ritual she was attempting to accomplish. Our lives may depend on it. Yours truly, Vicky, Francesca, Lisa, and Amy. Okay, so these are some. Lisa and Amy were two that called her. She disappeared when she turned 23. She's trying to perform a spell, and we've been asked to now finish that spell. I wouldn't mind a little bit of like, I wouldn't mind a little PS. Let me explain why we're the good guys that you should be helping. Like, we're dabbling in some witchcraft here. Are we? I wouldn't mind a little bit more convincing that I'm not going to summon out a demon. But I guess typically the witches are not so bad in modern day. Modern day, they seem to be misunderstood. So we're gonna go for it. We're gonna assume that we should do this. All right, let's put this aside. We can come back to it if we need to, but actually, probably we're done with these. I guess maybe we should remember these 4 people. I'm just gonna write their names down here. Vicky, Francesca, went to college with a Francesca Accardi, who was a pretty cool person. Lisa and Amy. Okay. I don't think she was a witch, though. All right, let's go back to our box. I guess we should just take everything out and see what we got. All right, so we have this envelope. It's got something in it that feels a little creepy. We've got a pouch of some hard, feels like stone or glass or something. So this is all stuff that was in Margaret's apartment while she was trying to cast the spell that they don't even know what the spell does. Are they so sure they want us to do it? They don't even know what it does? I mean, I get that they say this particular spell they can't do, but it's a little fishy that they don't even tell us what it does, and they don't seem to know what it does. All right, so 2 pouches, 1 large burlap, 1 red, a little scroll type stuff. These look like spells in here, tied with some rope, some string, I guess. Okay, then we got a big glossy scroll of some sort. Doesn't look very ancient. Okay, then we've got a little newspaper article about a burned body of a woman. That's a little creepy. Okay. Then we've got a jar here of sorcerer's salt, which does indeed, I don't know if you can see that there's actually, you can hear it. It is loose, white looking salt. I mean, it looks like salt. I wouldn't want to put it on my French fries, but we'll have to find out how to use it. And then there's a black envelope here at the bottom. I guess this is the black envelope they were talking about. A large black envelope. All right. All right, so now, is there anything else in here? I don't see anything else but a lot of hay and no false bottom. So I think we're done with this box. So I'm going to seal this up and put it aside. We can get back. In fact, I could take away this black piece of paper now, but we'll leave it out for this session. Let's see with the chat, anything here. All right, so where shall we start? Let's start with this one, which is already open. Burned body of a woman found near riverbank in Cleveland. In the night from Saturday to Sunday, the burned body of a young woman was found at a small, privately owned dock located at the Old River in Cleveland, Ohio. The identity of the woman is unknown. The body has been burned beyond recognition. Police are investigating the scene for clues as to who she is. Police spokesperson on the scene says it's too early to draw conclusions, but it's highly unlikely the victim will be identified because she was burned so badly. Police are investigating her death as a homicide, but the medical examiner has not yet ruled on how the woman died. Cleveland police have not said whether the homicide investigators have any substantial leads in the case. No arrests have been made as yet. Police is investigating if this case is related to a series of deadly arsons that have been occurring all over the United States. Multiple sources that wish to remain anonymous have stated that they saw a pastry bakery truck speed away from near the crime scene. That sounds like our person leaving messages is a serial arsonist. Cleveland police is asking for eyewitnesses to step forward. This is a kind of a photo, but boy, I mean, it seems like there might be some text on it, but I think it's just shining through this text. What does this say? The body of a young woman has been burned beyond recognition. Yeah, I don't really see anything. I don't even see a body. I just see some white specks. Really can't make out anything here. Okay, let's see if there's anything at this article here. Pathways of fecal contamination of drinking water. Samples were tested. Facilities flush or pour flush to a pipe sewer. People are obliged to use other means. This doesn't look like we've got enough. This is financial stuff, maybe. Okay. There's something a little bit weird about like the pattern in this paper. It's like a circle and a circle. I wonder if this was like, it almost feels like this was wrapping this. Maybe this was wrapping this. It feels like it matches that. All right. And what do we have here? Daily crossword puzzle that someone has marked in blue 18 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, and then we have 18. So the clues run only this way, and then if you put them all, it seems like maybe you get a word or a phrase going down. Mythical animal with 2 hooves, 2 hands, and 2 horns. A new kind of voicemail service. So 2 across is going to be our voice message. All right, so it seems like maybe we're going to have to solve this because of this blue line. But let's wait on that. All right, let's study these other things we've got here. So Sorcerer's Salt. It says, salt is a powerful absorber of psychic energy, which accounts for its many different uses in magic. It's a protective and a spell repellent. Sorcerer's Salt, harvested from a moonlit October ocean. Okay. Any sign that there's anything in here other than salt? We could open it up and poke around. It also feels like this sticker, I mean, there is a sticker on it, but it feels like this sticker could be, it's possible there's something under it. Like I can't feel anything under it. I just mean that I can feel that it could conceivably be peeled off and damage it in the process. I mean, we could open it. Let's be careful here. Oh, there is something written on the lid. Okay, let's be careful. What does this say? Where's my cubes? It says, it looks like Latin. Prosperitas et abundantia habeo aminin. It goes around. I don't know where exactly it starts, but it looks like Latin. We might want to translate it at some point. I see the word cinnamon. Cinnamum. All right. So, and then there's a little symbol of some sort here. Let's just make a note, since I'm going to put the lid back on and this will be out of our eyesight. I'm just going to put Latin in lid of jar, salt jar, so we don't forget about it. If we have someone in the channel that can translate immediately, let me know. So, okay. And then I thought, like, you sometimes see, I'm trying to think, what did they do this? What kind of criminal, what kind of thing do you see them sometimes? Oh yeah, I remember now. Like sometimes when they're searching for drugs, like at customs or something, they'll get out something and they'll be like, let me just poke around here, make sure we don't find anything. Kind of am hitting something here, actually. Is it just a clump of salt? Or is there something down in there? Oh my God. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Because of the customs officer techniques, we've actually found something buried in there that you could not see even from shaking it. That's pretty cool. Okay. What have we got here? It's a disc. It's like a glass disc with a triangle on it. Move these out of the way. A glass disc with a triangle etched onto one side. Very creepy. All right, well, let's make sure there's no more of those in here. All right, now, I don't feel any more. Okay, that's pretty cool. However, I'm going to put this back on here because in case it's actually protecting us from something, I don't want to I don't want to deactivate this sorcerer's salt. All right, so I've got a little bit of salt. I'm tempted to yeah, it is salty. Does the disc go with the lid? Says Nicola. Like, yeah, it does actually look like you might be able to put it onto here, but I don't know how it would help you really, because you could rotate it anyway. I mean, I guess if you, yeah, I'm not sure how it would help. It does look like it fits there, and you could align it, but I'm not sure. I guess you could use it to give you like letters. If you thought that this was going to spell out a word, you could get like the first letter here, letter 2, letter 3, and then rotate. But let's just wait on that. That seems a little involved. Maybe we'll find out what it's used for in a bit. All right, that was pretty cool. I absolutely did not expect to find anything in there. All right, let's put aside the salt and we'll just clean up a little bit. We don't know what the going rate of sorcerer's salt is, So for all I know, I've got $1,000 worth of sorcerer's salt here on the table. So I'm gonna try to preserve that in case it's worth some money. Guess it can't be that expensive if I purchase this whole box for a small amount. I don't remember how much this game is, but I think probably someone maybe can look it up and share with the channel. 70 bucks, 50 bucks. Sorcerer's Salt is great on broccoli, says Matt C. All right, let's continue looking at what we've got here. Well, the black envelope was the... What did they say about the black envelope? All this stuff is from her apartment. And then, what did they say particularly about the black envelope? We found a black envelope that seems to belong to some secret association at the place where she disappeared. Okay, so actually everything here on the table is from her apartment, except this. This was left when they disappeared Margaret. So this does seem like where we should start. Dorian says, I looked up some of the Latin words. As much as I wrote down, it seemed to be from a spell for online for luck. Okay. All right, let's open this up. This is what was found at the spot where Margaret was disappeared. All right, so this could be blackmail, warning, we don't know. Maybe we shouldn't take the witch's side right away. Maybe this is going to be some vigilante witch hunter group. Okay, I don't see anything else written on this envelope. Well, I shouldn't be so quick to say that. Can you see like little hints of scribbling or something? I don't think there's going to be a way to make words out of that, but it is a little bit spooky. Like it almost looks like there's writing on there. No easy way to read it. All right, and let me make sure there's nothing else in here. Okay, nothing else in there. All right, what have we got? Oh, I see. They're hunting all the witches. Look at that. There's the whole coven. And there's Margaret with an X. They're hunting him down. Whoa. That's pretty spooky. All right, let's see what we've got here. The Almatar-born Witchery Tree. And then we've got a very nice plastic-like repeat customer card. The Consortium Black Decrypt card. Okay, well, we'll have to... I think these are witch hunters. Holy cow. We found ourselves smack in the middle of a battle between witches and witch hunters. All right, what have we got? The Almatar-born Witchery Tree. Okay, well, there's Almatar. There's a lot of salt on this table here. There's Almatar, and it looks like she's the common ancestor of all these descendant witches, perhaps. Where's our girls? These photos look pretty old. Like maybe our girls came after this. Let's just take a look on this tree a little bit. Terzabel, Elkanor, Garrett, Esther. Yeah, these look like old-timey witches, not our group. Sophia. That looks like maybe 40s or 50s. Okay. The traitor is among us. But then the arrow is here. And this has been torn out. So... that's kind of weird. Like, the traitor is among us. Who's the us? You're not saying one of these is the traitor. You were saying what? That this was the traitor? Or maybe she wrote the name? I just wonder if it's saying that one of these women is a traitor or something separate was up here saying it's a traitor. Okay. Nothing on the back, just aged parchment. Okay, but let's remember, this is in the possession of the Black Envelope Gang. Almatar, huh? Okay. We're going to need that. Let's see what we've got here. All right, this is creepy. Let's take a look. Margaret, who disappeared. So we've got their little sign of their group, which is a mask, like a eyes wide shut mask here. I see some Latin here that maybe we'll want to look up to get their motto. What does it say? Omnibus maleficis mortem. So death, mortem, or life. What is it saying? All. And then there's that triangle that looks like maybe the sorceress thing. Okay, can someone translate the Latin for us? Omnibus maleficis mortem. So life, omnibus, all life, something like that. All life. Maleficus, that sounds like what? Something bad. Okay, and the Black Consortium, or just the Consortium, but that's, I guess we'll refer to these people as the Black Consortium until we hear better. Margaret Craven. We might want to look if that means she's descendant. Let's see, all of them. We've got Romero, Craven, Barker, and King. Those sound like they're writer. Those are all names of horror writers. Stephen King, John Romero, Clive Barker. I was gonna look for their names of their family names on this list, but those seem like fairly common names. All right, let's see what Margaret Craven says. Okay, Margaret Craven has a tattoo on her shoulder of a flame of something. Otherwise, she looks fairly modern. Born on 11/12/97, female, unmarried, single. She's a waitress, Cleveland, Ohio. Okay. Reached awareness, yes. Evolvement of powers unknown. Specific powers unknown. Unusual gifts unknown. But she reached awareness. That's creepy. Summary. Confirmed witch. Lives alone in a small apartment in Cleveland in the downtown area, close to Lake Erie. Has part-time job as waitress. Spends the majority of free time exploring the occult and mysticism. Has no known relatives or acquaintances. Leaves home at 6 a.m. every morning to drive to work. Owns an old, unusual German car, brand Opel. Always returns home after work straight away. No exceptions. Rarely leaves the house for anything else than groceries. Does not go out. And they've marked her for death and killed her. Burned her beyond recognition. Scary. Don't forget to look behind the photos, says Nicola. Whoa! How did you know to do that, Nicola? Burned. Hey, does this match up with this? Not really. That is creepy. So 6 circles, 1 burned quite strong. Okay. Next up, Amy Romero has a triangle shirt that looks like it might be Cthulhu tentacles, drinking some large glass of wine. Looks like she's in a good mood. All these ladies are in a good mood. Personalium. They like Latin, this Black Consortium. Amy Romero, born 2/21/1998. Here's a sign that this game was created originally not in English. Everyone's in New York in the US, but they're writing dates in European style, February 21st, 1998. Single female teacher in New York, New York. Has she reached awareness? No. No evolvement of powers, nothing special. Potential witch. Shows no sign of witchcraft as of yet. Primary teacher at the New Amsterdam School, a Rudolf Steiner School in New York. No peculiarities found in classroom. Lives alone in an apartment at 13 Bedford Ave next to McCarran Park, close to the East River. Owns a dog, rides a white motor scooter to work every day, loves flowers, likes to sing. So they're really keeping an eye on these people. Anything behind here? Yes. Looks very similar to our girl here. The one burn. I don't know what that means. All right, but she is a potential witch and no awareness of her. She hasn't reached awareness. Okay, next up. Vicky Barker. All right, I guess we should be getting a close-up look at these women so we know who we're working to find, who we're working for, I guess. Okay, so that's our dead woman, Margaret Craven, probably burned beyond recognition. Here is our Amy Romero. Okay, guess we should be looking for any signs of anything in these photos other than that she's a drinker. And then here is Vicky Barker. Okay, all these people like have little symbols on their shirts or in their background. Okay, July 16th, 1998, date of birth, single female, Schofield, Utah. Occupation unknown, slight probability of being a witch. She hasn't reached awareness. One of 23 inhabitants of Schofield, Utah. Schofield has the smallest amount of inhabitants of any town in America, shows no interest in having anything to do with witchcraft or the witchery community. Last seen going to Salt Creek Cinemas in Nephi, Utah to watch a rerun of the movie Quicksand featuring Michael Keaton. She watched the movie by herself and had no significant interaction with others. Okay, so these are all loners, okay? And the back of her thing has a burn in a different spot. Okay. Next up, Francesca King. Okay. Another photo with a weird symbol. She's got a candle shop, it looks like, that she owns. Francesca King, 10/13/1998, female singer, shop owner in Santa Cruz, California. High probability of being a witch. Sells candles and candle-related items in a shop she recently opened near the Beach Boardwalk amusement park in Santa Cruz, California. Santa Cruz is known for its redwood forests and alternative community lifestyles. High witchery activity has been recorded in the forests. Visits the Santa Cruz Live Oak Farmers Market every Saturday to buy groceries and Galapagos roses for her mother, whom she always visits to have lunch with after going to the market. Is the high probability of being a witch just because she owns a candle, because she's hanging out with candles? I mean, it wouldn't totally surprise me, but a lot of women seem to love candles. But I wonder, is this some connection I don't know about? Candles, like if you own a candle shop, then you're into witchcraft. I went to the local board game design group, had their first meeting in a local candle shop. There may be a name for a candle shop. Candle making place that also had an event room and a bar and stuff. And so we went to this candle place in Champaign, Illinois, and sat down for an hour, had a beer. I talked a little bit about high and low. And when I got home, every object that had entered that candle shop smelled of candles. Like the bag that was on the table, the papers that were on the table, all clothing that was being worn, like it all infused every object. I'm not a huge fan of the scented candles. Okay, and then lastly we have Lisa Lenoy. Another shape in the photo, another symbol in the photo. It makes me think we're going to need these at some point. Okay, so, and let's look at the back. Did we look at the back of Francesca? So she's got her corner burn. She's got a corner burn. If we put them the same way, however, they're in different places. It looked like the first two had the same burns, but I wonder if that was just because we held them differently. Let me just look. Margaret and Amy, I see. So actually, they each have a different burn in a different place. So if you look at the 5 of them and we orient them to all the same way, you can see they actually all have a burn in a different location. Here. So this is the corner we have no burn in. Is that for us? I'm a little nervous about that concept. But we're not a woman. I'm not a woman, so... But no burn in this upper left-hand corner. Just keep that in the back of your mind. 5 witches. 5 potential witches. No burn in this corner. And even the unlikely witch and the proven witch both have burns. So it's not like if you don't burn, you're not a witch. That would seem logical. All right, let me put these people back. Okay, Francesca King, you can go back. I mean, actually, why don't we keep these separate? These have their names and the sheets have their names, so we don't need to keep these together. In fact, I'm going to take these paper clips off. Maybe we'll have use of them later. All right, let's finish reading. Lisa Landis is her name. Landis, not Lanoy. Landis. She's married. She's the only one that's married. She's a store owner in Nutley, New Jersey. Has she reached awareness? Maybe. High probability of being witch. Born Lisa Argento, owns a small shop named Cauldrons and Conundrums in Verona, New Jersey. Sells occult and mystic novelty items. Married to David Landis, who is seemingly unaware of his wife's possible connection to witchcraft. Travel to foreign destinations together extensively for reasons currently unknown. Loves escape rooms, but the organization has not been able to confirm a possible connection between escape rooms and the occult or witchery community. Last escape room visited, Dear Dark Park, Delft, the Netherlands. Okay, sounds like a little call out to this company, Dark Park, that makes this game, and maybe another little clue that they're in the Netherlands originally. All right, let me just look at the back of these that I wasn't looking at before. They look all the same. They've got a symbol, all the same symbol. Omnibus Maleficis Mortem. What did we say that meant in Latin? How come no? Oh, okay. The chat did figure it out. For all, omnibus, death of the evildoer. Seems they see hunting down witches as doing a kind of public service. Okay. Death of the evildoer. Death to all. This Pamonite says in Latin, that might be translated as death to all evildoers. Evildoers, death to all. Death to all evildoers. Okay, pretty cool. And they view the witches as the evildoers. So now this is what I said before is I've got a little voice at the back of my head saying, make sure you pick the right side here. For all we know, there may be something bad about these ladies, although they don't seem to be bad. They certainly don't look bad. They don't seem to be up to no good. This group certainly thinks they're evildoers, though. All right. So it's time for us to take a break. We'll take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back. We'll go through the rest of the items in the container here. So far, there's nothing for us to solve or do. Very curious. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. 18 viewers, 11 likes. If you like this kind of content and want to see more of it on the channel, I do hope you'll give this video a thumbs up and subscribe. Meanwhile, the chat has been talking about theories. Why would they target someone who has no apparent witchery skills? They've only killed the one that they've confirmed has reached awareness, whatever that means. So Dispamonite says maybe they're just observing the friends to keep an eye on them. We do know, however, that they are admitted witches. So even though these sheets say unlikely a witch or high probability of witches, the person who the letter we got, which actually is from the other four, has confirmed that they are witches. Like they're all four of them are admitting to be witches. So despite appearances, this black consortium knows less than us. We know that they're witches. They're admitted witches. At least the person writing to us says they are. I had a question about this folder of these sheets tracking each of the people that the black consortium is after, which included this decryption card and website that we'll surely visit. Like, why was this left on the scene? This seems like this would be a highly secretive society. Is this a mistake? Did the kidnapper of Margaret drop this by mistake, this super important folder? That's pretty exciting. I mean, that's good news for us, but it seems a little odd. If they left it on purpose, that's a whole different story. And then there's a discussion in the chat about awareness. Anna says, awareness could mean possessing witchcraft skills and practicing witchcraft. I was thinking it could mean awareness of the Black Consortium, their enemies. Maybe they're like, sworn enemies through time. And so you become aware of this group, then this group has to hunt you down. Remember, they did perform this ritual at 11 years old. Nicholas says, if everything we got in the box was at Margaret's and the salt was inside the newspaper clipping, maybe the clipping is not about Margaret, but about another witch they killed earlier. That's a good point. If the newspaper clipping was in Margaret's apartment, then it's not about Margaret, probably. That's a very good point. Maybe there were 6 dots and we only have the 5, and maybe they killed the 6. So I was thinking, okay, the X means they've killed Margaret. But Nicholas saying maybe the X just means they've marked her as a proven witch, but they don't keep the photo for the 6th witch. Possibly, but these all seem to be part of the same coven, and this coven only seemed to have 5 people in it. Because from this letter, there's the 4 and Margaret. So she doesn't explicitly say there were 5 of us, but they formed a bond performing a seemingly harmless ritual. Then she says, Margaret kept the Witchery Spells book that we found back then. So it seems like they found a spell book. They did some ritual they thought was harmless. Margaret is also the one that has gone missing. So it sounds like there's only 5 in this coven, but 6 things. She was trying to find a counterspell of some sort. They don't even know why. All right. So we're going to want to visit this website. Maybe decode some stuff. I guess we could visit the website now before we start opening other stuff and just see what it's like. Okay. www.consortium.black. What are these domain names I don't know about? Consortium Black, huh? Okay. Whoa. That's a little spooky. Okay. All right. What do you do here at this website? You can't scroll. You can reload it, which I just did by accident. Can you click anywhere? Okay. Dorian says, on a PC, you can more clearly see that the mask is a link because the target changes when you hover over it. Okay, so you click on the mask. Access restricted to consortium operatives only. Entrance requires a decrypt card. Aha! And it's telling us how to choose letters from the decrypt card. Okay, let's now look. So here's our decrypt card. 3 high, 4. So if we look at this, it's 4 wide. One on the website, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wide though. But I guess if each one is its own, depends where you think. Oh, yeah, it depends. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see. It's probably 4 letters. It's not exactly clear. I mean, you might imagine the first letter is S-I-H. The second letter is L. If it starts here. But how do you align it? Is there any reason for us? S-I-H. Are these all letters? Do they spell something? How would you do, like, where would we, it seems like with 3 rows that these would be letters on here, but how would we know what 3 this is? Would it be this 3, this 3? And are they all going to give us a sequence of letters, or should we expect, it would seem more likely that each diagram here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, would give us a letter. I got it. Okay. So it's all like, where is a line where you've got 3 of the same letters, straight vertical, E? And then where do you have one that's all by itself? I think that's going to be the L. And then where do you have 3 of the same letters in this pattern? I believe the only place of that is an S. And where do you have 3 letters in the up arrow position? I think that's only an I. And then 3 down is an E again. So we've got E, L, S, I, E. E, L, S, I, E. Elsie. And now I look in the chat. Of course, the chat has already got it. Ugh. I can't get ahead of this chat. It's just impossible these days for me to get ahead of that chat. All right, it doesn't matter. I did get it. We're going to go and we're going to put it in here. Elsie. Is Elsie one of our witches? Seems like I wonder. We have an Esther. All right, but these people don't like witches, so probably they wouldn't use a witch's name as their password. Okay, E-L-S-I-E. Let's see what we got here. What happened? Whoa, we're in. All right, go away. Operative Omicron. Subject final warning, alert status red. Operative Omicron. The consortium is most displeased with your current lack of accomplishment. Once again, You have lost a case file containing sensitive information at a pickup location. It should be utterly unnecessary for us to stress the importance of secrecy and confidentiality to the organization. Your negligence has heightened the risk of compromise. This is unacceptable to us. In order to preserve and protect the consortium, we have, until such time as you have retrieved the missing case file, restricted your access to all documents. Excluded from this restriction are documents and notes of a private nature, as well as documents that we perceive as being common knowledge to any operative of the consortium. Consider yourself hereby warned, informed, and instructed. Okay, so I asked earlier in the chat, how is it that this file, this case file, this folder, got left at the site where they picked up Margaret? Is it left as a warning, or was it a mistake? And this is clearly telling us this was a mistake. And now we've got an operative Omicron who's hunting witches and now might be hunting us, for all we know. Is still on the case. Now we've got our witches, and we've got an agent working for this black consortium to kill all evildoers. Death to all evildoers. All right, that's a little spooky, but we got another person to worry about. And now we get to listen to our 2 audio messages. All right, so let us listen. All right, I guess we click here for audio messages. Okay. So we've got a message from Elsie and December 14th. Is that what we're supposed to be told? No, 12 of 14. Or maybe December 14th at 11:24 a.m., 32 seconds, and then a 26-second one. All right, let's listen to the first one. We think this might be from Elsie.
Hey babe, it's me. I know, I'm not supposed to call you at work. But listen, I got this really weird phone call from this woman that says she knows what you're up to and she's gonna stop you. Or like stop your evil plan. Crazy, right? I mean, you work at a pastry shop. What would you even be doing? Like, try to take over the world with evil cheesecake? Okay, so call me back, okay? Bye, sweet cakes. Mwah. Sweet cakes. You know, because you bake sweet cakes. Okay, bye.
Okay, that's pretty funny. So this operative, Omicron, is the pastry person. That's their cover. We know their name, right? It's Tyler, because we heard the message from Tyler at this bakery shop to Margaret saying, "Hey, I got a deal for you on your birthday." So, and she has no idea that he's got this double life hunting witches. Okay, so this is going to be the wife of Tyler that we heard our first message from. And she doesn't know that he's involved in hunting witches. And now he's got a message from a fellow operative. So let's hear this one. This might be more revealing. Let's see. And that was on, we think, 12:14 at 11:24 a.m. Okay, let's listen to this one.
Hey, this is D. Delta. I just found out something. Don't ask me how, I just did. The founder of the consortium was, are you ready for this? A witch. And not just any witch. A witch from a very well-known witch's blood tree. Yeah. Now isn't that interesting?
Okay, so that gets us back to here. The traitor is among us. So one of these famous witches founded the consortium. I think it's saying one of these. I mean, the identity was here, But I'm guessing this is going to be like the name of one of these, not a separate woman that's not here, although I'm not sure. Okay, founder of consortium. From famous witch ancestry. Okay. And then we should note that actually the first message was kind of important. I think let's listen to this again because she says that Margaret figured out this guy was after her. So let's listen to that again.
Hey babe, it's me. I know, I'm not supposed to call you at work. But listen, I got this really weird phone call from this woman that says she knows what you're up to and she's gonna stop you, or like stop your evil plan. Crazy, right? I mean, you work at a pastry shop. What would you even be doing? Like, try to take over the world with evil cheesecake? Okay, so call me back, okay? Bye, sweet cakes. Mwah. Sweet cakes, because you bake sweet cakes. Okay, bye.
So Margaret called him, probably Margaret. Someone called him, said that they were going to stop him. All right. And I think we're done here. I think the only thing we can do is go back to the control panel, and I don't think... Oh, no, there is stuff here. Okay. Control panel. We've got 3 files we can read. All right. Let's take a look then. So messages, that's what we already were listening to, I guess. Let me just make sure. Yes, okay, that was what we were listening to. Now, we've got some files. Let's see what we've got here. Something we read. Ah, the Witchery alphabet. Okay. So it's a way to translate between English and some Witchery alphabet. So if we see those symbols, let's go looking for translating them. The one had a tattoo. Our dead woman had a tattoo that kind of looked like that, but not quite. Okay, that's the first message. Next up, if it lets me go back. Nope. I guess I just did this. Okay, next. Okay, straight ahead, right, and left. I see. So symbols that you could use to give directions. Okay. I mean, maybe we will want to print these out at some point so we don't have to refer to the online thing. Okay, 2 printed messages. Let's take a closer look at these. Okay, it won't let me zoom in. Hey buddy, how's it going? I found a hidden backdoor to get into the encrypted file system. I have no idea who put it there, or how long it's been there, but it's there. Scroll down to the bottom of the control panel page. Then in the corner, you'll find a symbol. Click on it. This is only the entrance though. We still need to put in a password, but what I do know is in which direction we should look. Apparently, the password is the name of the original founder of the consortium. Isn't it interesting that none of us know who that actually was? I wonder if there's a reason for that. Anyway, let's get cracking. Omnicron. So he says there's a way to get into the secret encrypted password files of the consortium, and he's found out that the founder was actually a witch. So if we want to get in, though, we're going to need to know which witch it was. And then here's Delta writing back. So we're logged into Omicron's account. Here's Delta writing back to us. I just found out you got an alert state red. Final warning from the people upstairs, too. Man, I tell you, they just don't know how difficult things are in the field. Yes, we make mistakes, fine. They have every right to issue a warning, so no argument there. But they don't have to put us on red alert as well. So unnecessary. And how the hell are we supposed to do our jobs if we can't get to the case docs? It's ridiculous, and I feel insulted. I think for the time being, we should not communicate digitally, but on paper, so that we can easily dispose of it afterwards. When you reply, do it including this sentence. Hey, buddy, how's it hanging? Delta. So I want to point out something here. We've got one operative that we know their cover identity. That's Tyler driving the pastry bus. But the question is, we've got this other operative called Delta who we don't know what their cover identity is, although he's saying include it but the message, hey buddy, how's it hanging? So be on the lookout for someone. If we run into someone who looks like a normal civilian but could be this Delta operative. Anna says, why is Omicron signing his note pi? I wonder if we look at the alphabet, is one of them pi symbol? No. I don't know. That's a good question. Clearly, though, we can't log into the website. So let's see. He was saying that, what is down here? Omicron. Can I click on any of this? Where is the secret login? Down here? Is that it? Oh, it's the pi symbol. You can't quite see it. Here you go. He was saying the pi symbol, which is just barely off screen here. Maybe if I go this way, you can see it. There you go. The pi symbol is the secret login. That answers Anna's question. So if we click this, we get taken to the secret login page. And we don't know who the traitorous witch founder of the consortium is, so we can't do anything here. All right, so we've solved the mystery of the pi, and we've got a bunch of files that we're going to have to come back to at some point. Okay. Pretty cool so far. We've got more stuff to look at. I'm starting to feel like we may not finish it today. We have to decide what we're going to do if we don't finish it today. And we should leave open the possibility, like what if the witch's name is here, for all we know? Maybe it's time to work on this puzzle so we know what this might... Maybe we should. So we know what this is, but I'd love to make a copy of this that we can write on. So I guess we're not going to work on that. Let's keep going. We'll come back to that at our next break. I'll make a copy of it and we'll work on that. All right, so what do we have here? This looks pretty cool. Whoa, look at this. Scriptum futare, regio effigius, regio salis, scriptum futare. So it's like future script, future writing, regio effigies. Then it says 1, 2, 3, 4. Got what looks like different planets, but there's the could be the 5 witches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, look what I see. What do you see here? The 5 girls and their symbols. That's absolutely the symbols of the girls. One was wearing that on her shirt. Our dead woman has this as her tattoo. One was wearing this like on a necklace. So those are absolutely... Remember I kept saying it's so strange that in each photo there was a symbol? Well, each of the girls has one of these symbols. So absolutely. And in fact, I think the photos fit in there. Like, look. The photos fit exactly in there. The Spamonite says, what's on the back? Yeah, we're going to look at that. And Witch Wizards Sorcery Surface. It's like a game, Matt. It's like a game mat. They've got their own game mats in the witches' stores. All right, I'm just going to roll this the opposite way to see if I can't flatten it out a little bit. All right, so we've got a witch game mat with a spot for each of our girls' photos to go in. Pretty cool. See if I can't give this a little pressure to unroll it. All right, and we can tuck it here to maybe keep it unfolded. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it looks like we could put the photos here. So Margaret had that symbol. Francesca is over here. Amy had this triangle. Vicky had this on her paintings. And Lisa had this around her neck. Okay. Nothing's happening. All right, well, we don't know what goes here. And I don't know, maybe the salt goes in the center. We don't know. We don't know how to do this ritual yet. All right, well, let's just leave this for now. We don't know what to do with this, but it does seem like this is how we're going to run this spell or something at some point. Maybe I'll roll this up again while we're waiting to see if it won't flatten out a little more. Okay, sorcery surface, huh? All right, let's put this aside. Got a couple more things to open. Another scroll. Some interesting stuff here. All right, let's take a look at this scroll. Nothing strange about the rope. So 4 sheets of paper here, all tightly rolled up. Do our little trick here. Let's see if we can't flatten them a little bit. So this would have been in Margaret's apartment. Okay, so here's a little article on Almatar, which you'll remember is the witchery tree's ancestor. It says, Almatar, mother of all. Almatar was the first to ever bring a witch's coven into existence, and therefore is regarded to be the creator of the rite of union, the ritual that forms a coven and bounds witches to it for life. For centuries, the Almatar coven was able to keep the rite of union a secret, only known to members of the family tree. Over time, because of disputes and conflicts, some witches have separated themselves from the Almatar coven, taking with them the long-kept hidden ancient secrets and rituals to form covens of their own. And here's the rite of union, whatever this is. And this says, Despemot Ani and Secu ad mortem, or Q ad mortem. That's a skull and a cauldron. Okay, not sure what that means. The rite of union is the ritual for creating a coven. It will bind the participants to each other for life, and it begins the process of transformation into witchhood. Because young witches are deemed vulnerable, the ritual also entails a temporary shrouding spell that will hide their witchery state from the rest of the world completely. The age of 23 is reached, the shrouding spell is lifted, and the transformation into witchhood is complete and permanent. Until that time, the process is entirely reversible. So now we know why Margaret got killed when she turned 23. These girls found a book. They performed some ritual. Nothing happened. They thought nothing happened. They were just stayed friends or whatever. Now they're turning 23 and triggering their womanhood into witches. And if we look at the date of births of these girls, we'll probably find that only Margaret has turned 23 so far. Although, no, that doesn't make sense because they know they're witches. So maybe the rest of them did turn 23. Did we get their date of birth? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Let's just take a look. Because when we got this letter, they know they're witches. So let's just take a look. All right, so our dead girl, Margaret. Well, I guess this game doesn't know when we're going to get this, but let's just see. Margaret turned 23. We don't know how old this is, but Margaret was born in 97. So the rest of them in 98, 98, 98, 98. And we know when one of those messages came. So even though this parcel isn't dated, we know Margaret is the oldest one. So she would have turned 23 several months before the next oldest one. The next oldest one is Amy, February 1998. So I'm not sure if they know they're witches. I'm not sure what date today is. December 11 for the date of birth, but December 14 and 16 for the voicemail to Omicron. Okay. Anyway, performing the rite of union. Step 1, assign one of the 5 witchery elements to each participant. 2, create an altar with a pentagram at the center. So that sounds like our witches are Matt. 3, light a candle, place a cauldron at the pentagram center. 4, it starts to get very washed out. It says, speak strange words that no one could possibly understand. Step 5 is something. And it gets very hard to read. Okay. I have to wash it out so we don't accidentally make a coven, yeah. Okay. So the chat says the weird symbol is a sigil of Mercury, which matches the astrological glyph afterwards. All right, what's on the back of here? A memory spell. Oh, these are the pages she ripped out of the spell book. So actually, they could have read that. Okay, I see. They had this originally and they read it and they did it. Okay. Remember, we were told that Margaret ripped these pages out. Memory spell. The memory spell is used to lift hiding spells that have been cast over any information one needs to keep a secret. Because hiding spells are cast over information rather than over an object, they will hide every instance of the information anywhere in the world. Unless lifted, such a spell will last forever. Even so, after death, hiding spells are easy to identify as they will appear as an unnaturally blackened area. Like this. Hiding spells as they will appear as an unnaturally blackened area. Note, it is not required to be a witch or hold magical powers to cast the memory spell. The magic lies in the words and the ceremony. Okay. Memory spell lifts hiding. Okay, now what's this craziness? Are there instructions there we can read? What does it say? After dream. After D-N-E. That's weird. I don't know what this says. Okay. Well, performing the spell, though. Place the spellbound object facing down on the left hand. Cover the object with the right hand. Speak the following 3 times rhythmically. The object will be released of its spell. Okay, so you know what this is. This is going to be, even though it doesn't feel like it, this has got to be heat sensitive. That's got to be what's going on. That you're putting it in your hand and trying to warm it up. It has to be that this is going to be heat sensitive. If this is indeed the black area. Unfortunately, my hands are very cold because it's very cold in here, but we can see if we can see any signs of it. I don't see anything, but I might have to. I don't want to light a fire in it. Maybe this may not be the unnatural black area. Maybe we should keep searching. Maybe we're going to find a different one, or I can try to warm up my hands. But this is saying if we find the super black area, we should put it in our hand, read this, and what was hidden will now be revealed. So maybe we'll find something, or it could be, it could be on this card, unnaturally black. This is kind of unnaturally black. Let's just see. I don't see anything. All right, I know. I got to say the magic words, but I'm just trying to get a little clue before I go crazy with magic words everywhere. I mean, these sheets are unnaturally black too, but I have some experience with this black heat ink, and it usually jumps out at you. You can normally feel it thick, not like paper, so I don't think we found it yet. All right, well, that was pretty cool. That was just our first sheet. Let's see what else we got here. Next. Spiritual star signs. Like any other human being, a witch is born under a certain star sign or zodiac. Witches always have a strong connection to one particular star sign other than their own. They're born under a star sign, and then they have a strong connection to one other than their own. Contrary to general belief, this connection has nothing to do with the forming of earthly relationships or compatibility. It is a spiritual connection based on the enhancement of magical powers determined by the universe. Gemini, Pisces, so we got numbers for each of them. Cancer, Aquarius, Taurus is 2, 3 Gemini, 4 Pisces, 5 Scorpio, 6 Leo, and then their star that their friend, I see, so these are just the pairs. Taurus is friends with Sagittarius, Leo with Capricorn, enhances their magical ability. And then we've got this craziness. Not sure how that's relevant to us at this point. The spell of mirror. Okay. The spell of mirror. Okay. Don't know what this, I don't know how to solve this. Don't know what this puzzle is yet. All right, let's just put it aside for now. In fact, let me roll those up to unfold them. Let's see what else we got. Stones with mystic powers. Gemstones hold strong powers that can be used for many types of rituals, spells, and incantations. Jade, a hard, typically green stone consisting of the minerals jadeite or nephrite. Carnelian, semi-precious stone consisting of a dull red or reddish-white variety. Okay, I'll tell you what, before I read those. Okay, well, this looks familiar. We saw this on that sorcery pad. We saw exactly these things. So, moons and gemstones. Although there's only one moon, it has many different faces and manifestations, also known as lunar phases. Every lunar phase has a very strong connection to a particular gemstone, which is of the greatest significance to the witchery world. So it's telling us where to put the different gemstones related on that chart. And I think that's what I think is in here. So let us take a look at this. That doesn't look like the gemstones. I wonder if they're here. Okay, so, well, some stones here, maybe. Let's see. Semi-precious, dull red or reddish white. That could be that. Rose quartz. That looks like that. That's not jade. That could be moldavite. Purple one. That looks like it could be amethyst. Violet purple variety, maybe. Crystal, rock crystal is there. Okay, so those are those. We're still missing some. Anything else in the red container? There's some stuff in here. Let me just look what's in here. Whoa, there's some crazy stuff in here, but I don't see the gemstones, but there is some crazy stuff in here. Maybe we don't need all of these though. How many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see. Okay, so we only need these 5. All right, let's put these aside. We know where they go on our sorcerers thing. I'll just put them here for later. All right, so it feels like this is going to culminate in running that spell on that mat. All right, let me check in with the chat here. Unnaturally blackened area of the back of photos, maybe. It didn't look black on the photos, to be honest. And I don't feel like they were hiding anything, but maybe. Perry suggests the blackened spots on the back of the photos. I don't think so. Anna says, are you suggesting, Jesse, your hands are unnaturally cold? The spots on the photos. Everyone likes that idea. It doesn't seem... Oh, well, it is pretty black. I don't think so, but let me just see. I don't think so. They don't really... Maybe they look black to you, but they look just like burned brown to me. Could be. I don't think so, though. We're going to come back to that. Let's not get obsessed about heating everything up. Other things require connecting the dots on the two opposite sides. Nicola is talking about the mirror puzzle. And Nicola is saying, perhaps this refers to connecting these things. Like there are little dots and lines. Maybe, but it's weird how there's some here. Let me just see. That would be... I don't know. I don't buy it. It seems more like these are reversed, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if these were letters that spell out something. And I'm not sure. Jesse doesn't like heat, possibly because his apartment was so warm. That's right. I've got it's like 30 degrees outside now. I've got all the windows open. I'm enjoying the cold weather, finally. Okay, let's go for our last piece of the spell book here. The Mythical Six. Hydra, Phoenix, Minotaur, Mermaid, Dragon, and Unicorn. Every coven has one of 6 mythical creatures as a patron or spiritual helper. But it is not until times of the greatest need that it will share its identity to a coven. However, if it chooses to do so, it will only be visible to the trained or perceptive eye, for it will always be in the most unexpected and unlikely of places. So our coven is going to have one of these things as its patron. So keep your eye open, because it says it's going to barely appear. So we probably, if we can spot it, that will be useful to us at some point. So keep your eye open for which of these is hidden somewhere. Tarot cards. Oh, there's the tarot cards. Remember there was 4 places for cards? I think it was 4. Every coven is led by a hierarchy of 5 elders, or 5 cards. Every elder is associated with a tarot card. These can be seen as ranks. The oldest elder is by default the high priestess. Okay, well, we have their date of birth. So Margaret is the oldest, so she would be the high priestess. The second elder will hold the next rank, and so on. If the high priestess passes away, every elder moves up one rank. So this seems like maybe we could identify from the 4 that are left what rank they would be, or maybe assign one of these to each of our originals. Very interesting. The mythical 6 match the layout at the back of the photos, says Nicola. Yeah, but we're told a coven has one, so I don't think that's right. I don't think that's what we're aiming for here. It is in a 2x3, so you could imagine each thing, but wouldn't it might make more sense to... No. So I don't think that's right. I don't think those brown spots are telling us, because that would give us a different person for each of the witch, and that's not how it works. Instead, I think we're being told that one of these is going to be hidden in a photo, and we're going to have to realize, now we know their coven thing is the mermaid. But yeah, we know who's the next to target based on their age. Well, I guess you don't have to necessarily target them in age, but we could assign a tarot card to each of the witches using their date of birth. Okay, so we've been through their spellbook stuff. We've got some stuff to figure out. I'm just going to try to counter crease it, counter curve it while we're working on other stuff. All right, so we've got 2 more things to look at. We've got this envelope that we don't know what it is, and we've got this big white burlap bag of interesting stuff. So I'm going to give the chat a choice. Which one do you want to look at first? Make your vote known. Do you want the white burlap or the white envelope? Bag, envelope. While I get something to drink. Type vote, bag, or type vote, envelope. Let's see if my voting system works. You got to type the word vote. Vote, and then what you want to vote for. Okay, so far 2 votes for the bag, 1 vote for envelope. Even if you've never spoken in this channel, but you're joining me for the first time, or first time saying it, feel free. This is a good one. You're on record for voting, and it has no actual impact. Three votes for bag, 3 votes for envelope. Where's my way to put... Does this let me do it this way? Is this what I want? Is this what I want? All right, keep the votes coming. 4 votes for envelope, 3 votes for bag, and 1 vote for, what is it? I can't see it that way. That way. 1 vote for empty the bag into the envelope and then open the envelope. Okay, that's funny. All right, looks like it's going to be envelope. So we're going to clear the vote. Okay, envelope it was. Totally unmarked envelope. Okay, so we've got a black feather from a raven or a crow. It is black. Okay. Oh, we've got some photos. Whole bunch of photos. Creepy. Okay. And some diary notes. Pretty exciting. Okay, let's see what we've got. So 3 pages of diary notes, presumably from Margaret. Let's read. Monday. I know I should feel sad that Auntie Sophia passed away, but I just never really liked her. She was weird. She wasn't really my auntie anyway. Just some old lady my mom knew. Mom and Dad are downstairs cleaning out the house. They say Auntie didn't have anyone left. Can you believe I'm stuck in this creepy old house for the entire week? I wonder if these are diary entries from when she was 11 at the time they had their coven ritual as little kids. Tuesday. I found an old camera and Mom said I could have it. Let's do it this way for some added suspense. I found an old camera and Mom said I could have it. It's still working. So now I'm going through the house to see if there's any more cool stuff to find. Dad said I should go out and make some friends. I have met some girls that live in the neighborhood. They seem nice. And Tina reminds us that Sophia was the name of the witch on the corner right of the witch tree. Sophia is the latest witch here. So we were saying this could be the modern day most recent witch. Good catch, Antina. So maybe this is Sophia here. Okay, so Sophia died and this family knew her. Okay, and our girl says, I met some friends in the neighborhood. We know what their names are going to be. Let's see what Wednesday brings. Wednesday. This is so cool. I found a book about magic in the attic. Seems really old. Lisa, Francesca, Vicky, and Margaret also think it's really cool. Okay, so this is not Margaret writing. This is Amy. Amy is the one not in this list. So not the one that died, the next oldest. I have only known them for a day, but I have the feeling we understand each other, like on a deeper level. Turning the page. Thursday. The girls and I spent the entire day reading the book. There's so much interesting stuff in there. We found a spell that should create a bond for life by becoming witch sisters. Do you think my Auntie Sophia was a witch? Friday. I had a fight with Mom and Dad today. We're leaving tomorrow, but I want to stay. School doesn't start for another 2 days, so why do we have to leave already, just when I made new friends? And meow, it's going to be the weekend. She's definitely 11 years old here. Okay. Why did Margaret have pages of Amy's diary? That's a good question. Okay, well, here comes the weekend. It's Saturday. This morning, I went into the woods with the girls. We took the magic book with us and performed the bonding ritual I told you about the other day. We didn't have an actual cauldron, so instead we used an old metal cup I found. It worked fine. Each of us chose one of the 5 elements of witchcraft. Look how cool this is. Look at these girls. Each of them chose an element: fire, water, earth, air, spirit. And they're still wearing those symbols in their life today. The ritual was really intense. Something that only the 5 of us share. We're now sisters, and we will bear our elements with pride for the rest of our lives, because they symbolize our bond. Felt kind of weird afterwards, but in a good way, I guess. We're leaving this afternoon. I'll miss this place. Okay. All right, well, we already picked up that they were wearing their symbols in their life, so we know which one goes to which. And then that's the end of the letter. of their diary entries, which we believe are Amy's diary entries because she says the other 4 by name. Only Amy's name is missing. A little weird that it's not Margaret's. Oh, but this must be from this thing. Maybe this is from Amy. This folder, this envelope. All right, let's see these photos she took with her camera. So she told us that they used an old jar, old metal cup instead of a cauldron. So there's some little bit of flexibility. That's not really black down here. But is there black on the other side? No. But there are things. Now, what are these from? We recognize these. What are these from? These are from that witchery alphabet. It looks like when we assemble these, we're going to have a message we can transform. Okay, so next up is the Witchery Spell book that they used, that they found. Doesn't look that old, actually. Okay. And now, welcome to Berwick. That must have been the little village where they were staying, where Sophia was, in Berwick. I wonder if Berwick might be the name of one of the witches. It's not uncommon for towns to be named after people. Berwick. And I don't suppose we can read the words up there. No. Okay. Berwick is where they met. More symbols here. Ah! Okay. Now. All right. Where's that spell to reveal the hidden? Where's the spell to break things that are hidden? I think we're going to need that. My gut tells me we're going to need the spell to unveil the hidden. All right. Let's work. You know what? It's time for a break. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll try to use our first spell and reveal some hidden information on this photograph that's been hidden for ages. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're playing the Witchery Spell. And it's time to try casting our first spell here. We're going to try to cast the Memory Spell. to break a hiding spell that's obviously been put on this photo. I've got my hot cup of tea here. I'm just going to warm my hands a little bit before we start on this spell. Let's remind ourselves how to do this spell. All right, so spellbound object facing down on the left hand. Cover the object with the right hand. Speak the following aloud 3 times rhythmically. Occultatum est revelare. Occultatum est revelare. Okay, here we go. Object face down on left hand. Cover the object with our right hand. Occultatum est revelare. Occultatum est revelare. Occultatum est revelare. Let's see. Whoa! I can see something. But we didn't do it strongly enough. Occultatum est revelare. Occultatum est revelare. Occultatum est revelare. Okay. I can make it out. Oh, it's covering up. It only reveals for a moment. Oh boy. All right. Let's try a slightly modern bell. Let's hold it with our tea. A little modification to the spell system that I have a suspicion may work. Occultatum est revelare. And then we may want to transcribe it. Wow, look at that. The tea works wonders. All right, well, let's quickly write it down before it disappears. Okay, have I got it right? Yes, okay. Oh, look what it is. I just realized. It's the corner piece. It's the corner piece. It's the name of the witch. And now it's been hidden. All right, well, we got to make sure this doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Good, it's been protected. I thought it was just going to be a little photo of these girls doing something they shouldn't do, like playing under the covers or doing their witchcraft. But no, it's the name of the traitor witch who founded the Black Consortium. Spooky. Very spooky. Well, are these symbols in our alphabet? We're gonna want to do this alphabet thing now. So I guess we'll be able to do them both at the same time. Look at this. Oh, is this gonna be their, oh, the name of their coven? I thought it was gonna be their spirit animal, maybe. Okay, it says, we name our coven. We name our coven. Let's see. Okay, so that's it. They named their coven. All right, so during the break, I went and printed out the alphabet so we wouldn't have to log on to the website. Let's put this here. You got to admit, the technology on this channel to show you things as best as can be done. First of all, pause for a second. I gotta say how much I appreciate having a group of friends to play these games with. Especially on these special occasions like Halloween. Only Jonathan Warner is missing, but Jonathan Warner was here for most of October with us. It really is a pleasure to be able to share this, especially these long games. It's remarkable that you guys are able to join me and be willing to deal with these things on a screen, it does seem like it would take away much of the pleasure of being able to physically manipulate this. But I think what we've got here is a group of special people who are able to somehow connect with me, share the experience virtually, and suspend disbelief enough to feel like you're here with me, enjoying this physical interaction. And obviously, everyone's broken in their own ways with their own weird idiosyncrasies. For me, there's obviously some enjoyment of being in a room alone and communicating virtually. So we're all somehow making it work together. But I just want to let you know I appreciate it. Appreciate being here with you, the viewer. And I forgot where that was coming from. But let us see if we can't transcribe this now. We name our coven. Okay. So let's see what we've got. Can you see everything right? Oh, I was saying I've tried my best to make it so you can experience this, at least see it clearly on the screen. So where is our first letter? The curvy. Is it not here? I don't see this figure. What are we missing? I thought surely we'd just be able to translate it. Now these are slightly different. Like this is an M with a line at the bottom, but we don't have that. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that's that one. That's a D at the end. Let me do that one. So why was I having trouble finding this one? Am I just not seeing it? Is it combining two letters? Why is that not there? Well, let's leave this one blank. Next one, the U. That looks like this one. It's an I or a J. Okay, next letter is this one again. That's a mystery, unless I'm missing it. I don't know why I don't see it. All right, let me leave it blank. And then it's this one, the N with an S at the bottom. This whole N is not here in our dictionary. Okay, what about this crazy one? There, E. Have I skipped one? Let me just make sure I do this right. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, so this was an I. This one we don't have. It's the same one, same letter we don't have. Unless someone can tell me where I'm missing it. It's an S, bottom middle. Yes, you're right, it is there. Okay, never mind. I just somehow couldn't find it. S and S. Okay, fourth letter. The N and S, which is going to be here. Is it this one, even though it's... No, it can't be that. It has to be... Oh, yeah, that could be a vowel. Okay, so I think this is going to be an O, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Fifth letter is this one that I found before, which is here in E. Okay. Sixth one is the M with the long tail. That's an R. Okay. Next one is a 9 with a flat. That's a B. Unless there's another one without such a thing. Okay. Then we have an M with a curl. That's our O again. Oh, but did I count that for this? I think this is the O now, and this wasn't an O. It has no curl. Where's our M without a curl? An R. Okay, so that was an R. No. I'm missing one, probably a T, because this looks like it's spelling out sister. All right, I better slow down here. So that was our O. This one is looks like a flat Y and then an M. No, no, here, N. So it looks like I must have mistranslated that R, and that should have been a T. Let me see if the T looks similar to an R. So there's what I said was an R. There's the T. So doesn't it seem like it? This really looks like an R to me. But that would make cis R bond. It would make much more sense if this was a T and then it was sister bond. Just doesn't really look like this, does it? Oh, it's supposed to be this one over here that I'm mistranslating. Okay, sorry. That does look like that. Okay, so sister bond. Okay, so the name of their coven was Sister Bond. Okay. Fair enough. Was much harder than it should have been, but Sister Bond is the coven. Okay, so we can put these aside now that we know the coven name, but oh, here we go. Okay. So we were wondering what the name of the traitor witch was and what these symbols were. These are directions. Straight ahead, right, left. So it's possible it's the way you follow the tree from Almatar. So the first direction is left, straight ahead, right, left. I think that's the traitor right there. What do you think? Is that our traitor? The name that was on the hidden piece of paper that was torn off on this corner, it says the traitor is amongst us, and it pointed to these directions, these symbols. And we now know from the Black Consortium thing that this is left, this is straight ahead, right, and left. And if we follow those from Mother Almatar, we get left, straight ahead, right, left. Whoops. Left, straight ahead, right, left. That brings us to the founder of the Black Consortium, Tararit. And Nicola, whose mind is always working on such things, says an anagram of Tararit is traitor. That's awfully convenient. That seems like overkill. Like if you name your daughter an anagram of traitor, that's not the best advice. Like, how about you don't give her a name that's setting her up for failure? Okay, but her real name is Tararit. Now that we know her real name, that she's probably the founder of the Black Consortium, we now should be able to log into the website and get access to the whole Black Consortium's secret files. One of my old friends here from Champaign, John, who is Linux pro, electronics pro, quite an extraordinary person, is stopped by on the chat. John, you probably shouldn't watch this because you and Tracy might enjoy this game, and I could pass this along to you. I think you might enjoy this game, but it is nice. John and Tracy used to come over during the early days of Halloween's when I would play Halloween board games at my house with some local friends. Now that I've become a recluse on YouTube, I don't get together with real friends very often, but we are actually getting together on November 4th for a murder mystery dinner, so no need to feel bad about that. I think before we go to the website and put in the access to the secret documents, we should open up this last piece of physical stuff. Or do you want to wait? All right, I'm going to let the channel decide again. Normally, I don't let the channel vote on so much, but since this is our last Halloween together, our last day in October, you should vote now whether you want to open the bag or go to the website and hack into the Black Consortium's secret files. So decide whether you want to open the bag first or go to the secret website of the witches of the Black Consortium, the witch hunters. Joseph Mayu says, open the bag or I'll create my own coven. Nicholas says the bag. DJ Moneycut says website. Looks like we've got some disagreement here. 3 for bag, 1 for website. We got our witches here. There was some question about whether it's Margaret's body that was found burned alive. Not burned alive, maybe, but burned. I'm pretty sure it's Margaret. It's from the same town Margaret was in, not from the town where they were as kids. All right, 5 votes for bag. Seems like we're going to open the bag. Okay, so let me cancel this vote here. All right. So we're going to look in the bag. We don't know what this feather is for yet either. Don't forget. Presumably it's a spell. All right, let's open this bag and see what we got. First, it's a mirror. So this feels like maybe this is going to be related to that mirror spell. Like maybe these are letters. Like if we reverse them, they look more like real letters, although you'd think we could see them. Maybe they form interesting shapes when they're combined, when they're mirrored. Okay. So we've got a mirror. Okay. We've got a mirror. What else do we have? A little cauldron metal spoon. Looks like you would melt something under it and then pour it in to something. The sides could help with alignment, says Joseph. That's pretty clever, actually. The idea that if you, let's see if you can, let me see if I can show you what I think. Well, I don't know if Joseph was saying this, but one of the advantages of a mirror is you could mirror it not at the full, not mirror the full thing. Like if you mirror it halfway, then the mirrored symbols, symmetric, can form different things depending on how far you go. All right, but we'll worry about that later. All right, so we've got a little spoon for melting down something. Maybe you, maybe that sorcerer's salt is like the an old form of crack cocaine, and you can melt it down here. You inhale it, and then you really will enter a different alternate reality. Okay, someone's card here. A grand and magical thank you for purchasing the Witch Wizard Starter Kit. So that's what we've got in this bag. It's the Witch Wizard Starter Kit. Having trouble with a ritual? Incantation frustration? Spell stress? Please visit www.witchwizard.help. All right, so if we have trouble running a spell, we could talk to that website to get some help on it. So far, we've just got these two items, though. Okay, and this business card. Next up, Ivory Scatter. It says Ivory Scatter. In a very tiny little corked. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like it wants to be uncorked. The cork started to break as I tried to uncork it. Okay. Just pretend that didn't happen. Next up. Oh, tarot cards. Now we're talking. So we've got the Queen of Wands. Hey, there's the 6 mystical creatures. Remember, one of them belongs to the coven. I can see there's some missing stuff on the Minotaur. I guess there's a little missing on this thing too. Okay. Next up, High Priestess. Guess we're looking for some hidden stuff in here too. Look at what she's reading. It says Torah. Torah, and there's a bull. Horns. Bull's horns, maybe. I'm thinking it might be Minotaur now. Torah. Okay, let me see what's on the back of this. I see they're in different orders, different positions now. This looks like the burn marks. There was one mark not burned. I wonder if that's it. I wonder if the one place that has no burn is the creature that's left. But it's different in each of these. So, oh yeah, we find, I'll bet if we find the one, like we know each of these belongs to one of these girls, right? And I bet if we line them up with their burn marks, they're all going to be the same symbol. Like we know that the High Priestess was Margaret, right? So there's 5 for the 5 girls. We know the High Priestess was the eldest. We know that's Margaret. Right? That was from here. 5 elders. Right? The oldest elder is by default the High Priestess. Sorry, let's see if I can zoom in. Okay, so the eldest is the High Priestess. So we know that is Margaret. And now if we get Margaret's card out, okay, there's Margaret. Now if we go over, we see a burn near the Minotaur. Now I'm guessing that the next one's burn is also going to be at the Minotaur. Okay, so they're ordered by next rank and so on. So Prophetess card, which is right here. The Prophetess. Okay, hold on though, because actually I see now. Hold on. Slight change of plans. If you look at the 5 cards for our 5 witches of the coven, we have the High Priestess, we have the Prophetess, we have the Cherub of Potions, we have the Queen of Wands, but we don't have the Cauldron Keeper. So you might say, oh, we're missing this one. But we're also told that if someone dies, the Elder moves up a rank. So probably what we've got is Margaret is dead. So if Margaret is dead, then Margaret is here, and the next up is here, and so on, and no one is down at this rank anymore. Does that make sense? I guess we could try it in both ways, but let's see. If that's true, then then the one she is at would be the dragon, the 3-headed Hydra. And then we said, I think Amy was next, right? So let's see if that works. There's Amy, 3-headed. Okay, who's the next according to birth records? This is pretty darn cool. So the next according to birth records, if we sort these, 221. The next eldest is 7 is 4. Okay. So the next eldest would be Lisa. So if Lisa is the prophetess, then let's see if this is going to be Hydra Mark. Yep. And then next is Vicky. Vicky was born next. Okay. So Vicky mapped to the Cherub of Potions. And let's see if she is going to match to Hydra. Yes. Then our last one, Francesca, is matched to, her burn mark is the 3-headed Hydra. So it looks like we figured it out. We figured out the birth orders, so we know what tarot card goes with each. We were told that of the 6 mythical creatures, the coven is going to have 1 associated with it. And we theorized that the burn marks might be telling us, if you looked on all of them, they might synchronize to tell us all point to 1 coven mythological creature. And sure enough, there was a little twist because Margaret was the eldest. She died, so things got rearranged. So now we know that the coven's mascot, patron, guess it probably doesn't want to be thought of as a mascot. The coven's patron is the Hydra. And that's going to come in and help us soon at some point. All right, so let's put this aside. Okay, that was very cool. I mean, you got to hand it to this game. The puzzles are fun, but more than that is just how thematically enjoyable it is. Let's check in with the chat and see if people did this as I was doing this ahead of me. The back page gave zodiac sign pairs, 2 sides of the page of 6 signs each. I think you'll line the mirror going, well, that's possible. Burn marks line up with those. Match the tarots with the foes. Each one excludes a monster. And I was thinking, well, that would have been a reasonable idea that the tarot cards could have excluded monsters. But the random jumbling of the monsters on each page made me think that they were going to agree, and that turned out to be true. Okay, so, and then there was the thing about we're missing the lowest on the totem pole, but we have a death. Let's look at these before we move along and how beautiful these cards are, because these are pretty nice looking. Let's see, can we get them all on screen nicely? Look at these tarot cards. All right, does anything else jump out at you about these cards that we should care about? I mean, there is some tear marks on them. These don't seem to map to anything, but it is interesting that they all have some. Her thing says Torah, which is like Bible. Queen of Wands has a little devilish creature here. Flowers. This one's got a triangle on it. Pouring chalice cups. Wings. Prophetess with a heart. Any hidden words or anything? Not that we see. What is Death walking on top of? It's a little spooky. It looks like someone's hand in here. Doesn't seem particularly upset about being Death. Channel says, very impressed by this box so far. Definitely have to try more from this coming. I think the Torah scroll the High Priestess is holding is standard for tarot artwork on that card, but not sure about the rest. Okay, so we might still need these on our spell mat. So I'm going to put these nearby. Let's continue going through our wizard starting kit. That was pretty fun. We still got a couple more things in here. Okay. Next up, aha, a candle. A lightable candle with a wick, which does seem like you would melt something here. Are you going to melt this? Because then I'm going to have to get this cork off somehow. All right. Could be something at the bottom of this. Yes, there is. First of all, it seems like there's something here, perhaps, that we have to melt down to the bottom to get. And then what does it say in there? Search for file K. So search for file K8HK35. So when we get to the website and we hack in using the information now about the founder of the Black Consortium, we know what file to look for. That's pretty cool. All right, so I don't know. This could be nothing. It could be that if you burn down to the bottom, you see this, or there could be something else in there. I really can't tell. But all right. Pretty cool. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we got some cubes. All right. Feels like one more thing. Arsenica arachnia. Spider arsenic. Extra strong. Cobweb extract. Straight from the spider's web. Okay. What does it say on the bottom? Can you see that? It says something. It looks like it's the number 40 underlined. See if I can get a close-up on that so you can see. What do you make of that? Looks like 40 to me. 20 milliliters, but there's an underlined 40. And like an M, and then an underlined 40, and then maybe a triangle? A little weird. It could just be an artifact of this bottle. Well, I mean, we've gone this far. I don't really want to drink arsenic, but I do want to open this up. Doesn't really have a smell. Isn't arsenic supposed to smell like, I was going to say almonds, but no, that's like cyanide. One of them is like almonds. What is it? Arsenic? Arachnia. Right. Well, I'm not going to drink this if I don't have to. Now, let me see if there's nothing else in the bag. Okay, so that's the contents of the bag. I wonder if this is flammable. That would be pretty insane for the game to give you flammable. Maybe this is like, in case you start a fire, you can put this on it. Or maybe this is some liquid that's going to reveal something. Dorian says, don't drink it. It is odd that they're selling something. I am going to taste it. If I taste it and it has a taste, that would suggest that it could be used to reveal some ink. Like if it's lemony, if it's acid. A little bit of arsenic's not going to kill me. It does not taste of lemon. It tastes of water. The fact that it doesn't taste of lemon makes me think that we're not going to use this to reveal some information, which makes sense, because how would you use poison to reveal information? If I die during this stream, maybe keep it a secret that I died from drinking a container labeled arsenic. That won't reflect well on me. Okay. However, if I do die from tasting the arsenic, please use the money from the lawsuit against this company to set up a fund for a replacement YouTuber. Okay, with that said, we've seen all the physical items that we can find, I believe. So it's time for us to go to the website. We're almost ready to run this spell, it seems. Let's go to the secret website, though. Now that we know the I don't even want to call her traitor. But we know the Black Consortium's founder. And let's write down this so we don't have to, in case something magical happens to our candle. The file is X8 or XS or X8? HK35. I think that's an 8, not an S. Yes, X8HK35. That's our file number. All right, so we'll put that in our pile. I still don't know what this ivory scatter is. Although if you had to guess, you might... Oh, maybe this is going to be for wax. This is going to be for wax. We're going to melt some... Well, you could heat up this. Then maybe you would heat up the ivory. Or you could heat up the candle and pour in here the wax. And then use the wax to seal the spell. Okay, let's go to the website and get secret access. This is exciting. I'm very interested in seeing about this Black Consortium and getting into the secret files of this Black Consortium. All right, so we were told go to the pi symbol, click on that to get access to the secret. Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay, so now we're in the secret login area. And the password is the founder. The secret login of the Black Consortium, and we know the founder of the Black Consortium, whose name is Tararit, which is a very strange name for a girl. Tarorit. Submit. Whoa, we're in. Okay, but now it wants the data directory. I'm going to click on this. Oh, okay, I see. Here we are. We got some choices. Now, are these all going to be valid? How many of them are there? So probably they're all going to be blank except for the secret file that we have found. But let's just click on one at random and see what happens. Click. Restricted file. You don't have authorization to view this file. Return to data directory. Okay, so now, where's our list? The secret file we want is right here. Let's find it. Hopefully it's alphabetical. No, it's not. Okay, well, we can search. I see, okay. So we're going to search X8HK35. What's happened? Oh, there it is. No, go away, please. All right, well, here's our file. Please go away. Oh, here's our file. Whoa, okay, what's happening? This information holds the highest level of confidentiality. The foundation of our organization is the tracking down and destruction of witches in order to root out all instances of witchery. The biggest hindrance to our noble quest is the rite of union, the coven-forming ritual that transforms women into witches. This ritual comes embedded with a shrouding spell that makes it impossible for the consortium to identify young witches until they reach the age of 23. If the incantation to unbind the rite of union is performed before that age, tracking them down becomes permanently impossible. The organization deems this an unacceptable risk, as although no longer a witch themselves, they do remain knowledgeable in witchcraft. So let me just understand this again. Ritual comes embedded with shrouding that makes it impossible to find them before they turn 23. If the incantation to unbind the rite of union is performed, so if you can unmake them from being witches, you unbind the coven, separate them before they hit 23, then you can't track them down, but they're no longer witches, but they still have some knowledge, and they don't like that. Fortunately, the consortium has prevailed in obtaining and destroying the original document containing the counterspell, making it impossible for any witch to unbind the ritual ever again. The containment of this spell is of the first and foremost importance to the consortium. Because you possess the highest level of security, you are granted access to the incantation. Omnibus capiati incantatum. Be aware that this information is never to leave the consortium. Do not copy, write down, or reproduce it in any way, shape, or form, it says as I get my pen. Well, that's the website. So, no, yeah, I'm not going to write it down. I'm just making some notes. some unrelated notes. Omnibus Capiati Incantatum. And this is the counter spell they've destroyed the document containing the counter spell. So a witch can't unbind the ritual. It's so weird that they basically want the witches to come to age of 23 and stay bound to a coven so that they can kill the coven. They don't want to let people free themselves from becoming witches. That's a little confusing. Access to the incantation. So this incantation is the thing that would unbind witches? Is that what we think? Is that our understanding? That this spell unbinds a coven? It's not going to help this group. They've already identified this group. Although they're not sure they're witches. Okay. Shrouding spell. All right. They can't. This is nothing to do with the shrouding spell, but there is a counter spell. So it's a little confusing, but it sounds like that this incantation which the original was destroyed, is what's used to unbind a coven. Is that right? So this is our spell incantation to unbind coven, I believe. All right. Well, we don't need this anymore. We somehow probably need to know about the Hydra. All right. So it feels like maybe I mean, this is everything. Let's go look at these things that we didn't know. Let's look at oh, we didn't go to this site yet. It feels like this is telling us this is for hints. But so maybe let's not go to this yet. This may be a necessary step, but let's assume it's a hint for the moment. And let's look at the other stuff that we haven't solved yet. So I printed out these. We did both of these, but if someone says, "Hey buddy, how's it hanging?" then we stay away from them. We figured out it's the Hydra, but we don't know how to get help from the Hydra. We know how to do those assignments. Rite of Union. Okay. Memory spell, we did that. All right, so this is the big thing we haven't used, but we also haven't used this. And we haven't done the... We haven't done this. We haven't used this. We haven't done this. We haven't done the crossword puzzle. We haven't done the crossword puzzle. I was going to make a copy of this. Oh, I still have time. We're only going to do 10 minutes more in this session, then I'll make a copy. But let's get this out for a second. Let's think through this, because we can see if maybe it suggests what we've got left to do. So we know we're going to put the faces of our witches here, right? And then we know from this that we're going to put stones on these spots that belong. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 remaining coven members are probably going to be here without our dead one, I'm guessing. And we'll have to look back at the order of them. I don't have them in the right order here. And it almost seems like something goes in the middle here. What is this of? What is this picture in the center here? It looks like kind of 2 faces. It's very weird. Something about binding the 2 witches that have similar powers or that enhance their magic. Now we don't really know what to do with some of this stuff. We maybe have to sprinkle some salt around, but we don't know where to go from there. But the 2 pieces we haven't solved yet is this, and then maybe this will tell us something, though how much is it going to tell us? And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so these are going to be the order 1, 2, 3, 4. That will help tell us which person goes where. And then clearly we're going to have to solve this to help us. Is one of these star symbols of the Hydra? Does that help us in some way? Not really. All right, well, we're going to have to think through the last steps. But first, let's see if we can't do this. It feels like this goes with this. So let's see if we can't. Unfortunately, this is the thing that I'm bad at. So you guys are in a little bit of trouble here. Maybe I can do it in a way that we can both look at it. So so many possibilities here. Can put things through the window. It kind of feels like the goal would be to mirror something to get letters. But how are we going to do that? It is cool to be able to move this. It's hard for you to see. It is cool to be able to move this and get different shapes out of it when you reflect them about. And what about these dots? Can we connect these dots in some way? And rotate that way? If we know who to connect with. If we knew which dot to connect with which dot, we could reflect it about that point. That's not a bad idea. If we know which symbol goes with which, then I can use the dots to make a line connect and try to rotate about that. Can we just see this? Then we'll go back to the crossword puzzle, but look at this. Here is an ordered list of pairs. Cancer and Aquarius. Cancer and Aquarius. So if Cancer is on one side and Aquarius is on the other, I think we got it. There's Cancer. Now tell me Aquarius is over here. Here's Aquarius. So I think it's going to be that we make a line between Cancer and Aquarius and use that line to rotate about. Let's see if that gives us our first something. Cancer and Aquarius. Aquarius and Cancer is the crab. Okay, here we go. Oh, that does not look like anything. Surely that's the right thing to do. How about on this side? Cancer and Aquarius, rotate it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, look, let me see if I can show you. So if you put between Cancer and Aquarius, you get just this little bit, and you can see, you can probably imagine what letter that reflects, right? It's trying to think of what's a way to show it to you. Okay, there you go. There's an H, is what it is. The first letter is an H. All right, someone write this down as I do it. Okay, so Cancer, Aquarius. The second pair is Taurus, Sagittarius. Okay, Taurus, Sagittarius. If we draw this line, you can see, well, I don't even have to use the mirror, that that's a little bit half of an A, right? Okay, so what did we have so far? HA. Do I need to write it down, or is someone writing it down? HA. Next up is Gemini, Aries. Okay. So Gemini is here. Aries is here. Okay. So if we flip these two, you can probably see that we're going to get an E. Okay. HAE. Doesn't sound like a word, but let's keep going. 4 is Pisces, Virgo. So Pisces and Virgo gives us an X. Can you see that? You can probably just imagine there's an X. So this is going to be, is this going to be a file, another file? HAEX. 5 is Scorpio, Libra. Okay, Scorpio and Libra is here. Scorpio, Libra is, you can see, going to be a U. Can you see that? Yeah, there's your U. HAEXU. This is clearly the right thing, but it's not spelling a word. Okay, and the sixth and final pair is Leo, Capricorn. This is going to be a file, a 6-letter file. Okay, so Leo, Capricorn. Leo and Capricorn are here. So if we do this, it looks like we're going to get a W. I got to lift it up for you to see. A W or an M, depending on which way you read it. And if we've been... So actually, I'm going to put a W here. But actually, this could be a 3. Because I wasn't paying attention, the order from left to right probably tells you whether you read it one way or the other. And this could be an M. But that's okay for us. We'll just try these at most 4 possibilities. But 6 digits certainly seems like it's going to be a file number. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take a break. I'll make a scan of the crossword puzzle so we can play with that. And we'll go into the website and see if we can't find this file. If we can't, or a permutation of this, then we'll go back to this and try to redo it. But it's clearly the right thing to do. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, it's 3:30 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. We've done most of the box, it seems. We've done one of our last puzzles, if not our last puzzle, and come up with a 6-letter word. A couple ambiguous ones depending on how you do it. The channel seems fairly convinced that this is probably an M, not a W. And Anna was saying that the word Haexum could be hexam, like a hex, a curse, and sometimes in Old English an E was spelled with a letter, an AE. Let's see if this is actually a code file in the Black Consortium, or if this is some other keyword that we're going to use elsewhere. I suspect, because it's 6 digits, that it is going to be a case file number. So we're going to go back here, and we're going to see if we can't search for this file, HA. Okay, so we found that file, but now we want to find a different one. Can we go back again? This could go away, return to remote directory. Okay, fine, but we don't want this. We want to do a new search. Let's see if I can just search this way. HAEX UM is not found. All right. Well, I don't trust the page search to work. So I'd like for it to back up and give us that search option again. Enter data directory. Okay, let's start from the beginning. All right. So Well, maybe I'm wrong then. It doesn't seem to want to let us do a new search. It's almost like it's saying, hey, you've already found the only thing you can find. So it does seem like it doesn't want us to mess with this again. Plus, HAEXUM isn't on this list. So probably we don't do that. So we've got two options then. We've got our crossword puzzle and we've also got this, which has a website. So let's work on the crossword puzzle, and because save this for last in case it's hints. Or maybe we just do the spell and see if anything happens. But seems like we need some guidance, some more guidance about this spell. All right, let's try doing this. I scanned it. Let's work on this together, one at a time. Don't go crazy. It's not a race, even though I know every time anyone plays a puzzle game, including myself, it feels like an all-out race. So let's take our time here. Okay, one across. A mythical animal with 2 hooves, 2 hands, and 2 horns. That sounds like a minotaur. Minotour. Okay. Minotour. Is that how you spell minotaur? Or am I doing this wrong? 2 hands, 2 hooves, and 2 horns. A new kind of voicemail service online. This is an erasable pen. I used to, my roommate in college was Ken Sieve. And Ken Sieve was quite a great guy. And he had a girlfriend / friend named Rosa. And we would go play pool in New York City when we came home. Minotaur with an A, it doesn't matter. Okay, we would go play pool, and we would play pool in a pool hall called Julian's in New York City. And Julian's, maybe 14th Street, I can't remember. Julian's was a big pool hall, and there would be soda machines, and if you knew the secret spot, you could get beer out of them. Like if you knew which drink to which soda to request, like on a certain machine it was a 7-Up, you would get beer from it. And I remember they used to do crossword puzzles, and I filled in something and it was wrong, and they're like, Jesse, you're not allowed to play with a pen. You can't do the crosswords with a pen. But I've got the joke. I've got the last word because I have the erasable pen. So I figured out a hack to the system, loophole. All right, so back to our game here. Oh, that's what I was looking for, the voicemail service. Where is our card with the voicemail? What was it called? Ugh, where it is? Here it is. Okay. Voice message. Okay. So VoiceMessage. So MA we've got so far. Okay. White roses named after a group of islands. Who knows that? I'm going to cover this up so you guys can't cheat. White roses named after a group of islands. Probably these are all things that are mentioned in the game somewhere, but someone can search this on the internet, surely. I'm going to keep going, and you guys fill in the channel when you look it up. But remember, say the whole sentence. Don't just say an answer. Say like, 3 is blank. Another name for a star sign. So 4 across could be Zodiac, Zodiac, you think? Maybe I'll use red for if we're not sure. Five, a movie with Michael Keaton from 2001. Is that mentioned in the game somewhere? Was it someone's favorite movie? Okay, 5 across. Anna says Playa Blanca for number 3. Playa Blanca. No. Quicksand. That was mentioned somewhere, wasn't it? 5 across, quicksand was mentioned. Quicksand. Good. I don't remember where it was mentioned, but someone did mention liking the movie Quicksand. Forbidden white powder made from the tusks of elephants. Well, we know that answer. It's ivory scatter. Atter. Okay. A big lake near Cleveland. Okay, well, we know that answer because I think it was in the newspaper article. Let's see. Found in a small privately owned dock located at the Old River. A big lake near Cleveland. The 4-letter word. It's like victim. Was it from their diary? Is that where they went? Were they at an old lake and we were told the name of it? It was. I think it was mentioned here. Let me just see. It's got to be here somewhere. Metal can. Unless it was on one of the photos. Wasn't Berwick, though. Although that could be a question. Where were we told the lake? This is at the riverbank. Feels like the lake was mentioned here. But maybe it was mentioned in one of their biographies. Does someone remember where we heard about the lake? Let me see. The chat says the movie was with that one of the girls read. A Spanish island. All right, so Nicola thinks maybe it was mentioned in one of the biographies. It's certainly possible. Let's see. We know one of them lives in the crazy. All right, so but it would have to be a Cleveland girl. Cleveland, Lake Erie. There it is, right there. Close to Lake Erie. That is, of course, the big lake near Cleveland. 7 ERIE. Okay, 8 across. An award-winning escape room company in the Netherlands. Really, guys? You really got to plug yourself. Dark Park. That's the name of this company. Dark. They really want you to remember the name of them. All right, fair enough. Dark Park. Located in Delft and Zoetermeer. They like, really want you to remember where it is. It's the next question. You're going to be like, what's the phone number? Who's the creator? Location of a mystical shop, Cauldrons and Conundrums in New Jersey. Okay, that was again from one of our biographies. Our New Jersey woman. Owns a small shop. Location of the mystical shop. All right, so it's in Verona, New Jersey. So Verona. O-N-A. And so far we have M-A something I-S-T-R-A-V. Magis. I wonder if this is going to be a word we speak. Istrava. Okay, next is a small park in New York near the East River. Is this going to be someone else throwing? Where's our New York girl? Amy goes to school at the Amsterdam school, lives along an apartment next to McCarran Park, close to the East River. So the small park on the East River is going to be McCarran, McCarren, McCarren. Okay, 11 is a type of forest that Santa Cruz is known for. That's again one of our biographies. Our California girl. Known for its redwood forests. Okay. "12 across is a town with the smallest amount of inhabitants." Okay, we know that. That's our biography of our Utah person. Schofield is the smallest inhabitants anywhere. So that's Schofield. Schofield. 13 across is a German car brand that is quite uncommon in America. We were told someone drives an Opel, which is very uncommon. That was Margaret or one of them. Okay, mysterious ritual used by witches to create a coven. What was the name of it? Mysterious ritual was called the Ritual of Union. That it's a long word. Ritualunion. Okay. Ritual. No. Ritual union. That doesn't work. Oh, rite of union. Rite of union. Boy, that would have gotten this wrong. Rite of union. Okay. This is what I hypothesized before. You get the magic words a little bit wrong, then bad things happen. Rudolf Steiner School in New York. This was another of our biographies. At the New Amsterdam School, a Rudolf Steiner School. So this is going to be the New Amsterdam School. THEAMSTERDAMSCHOOL. Okay. So New Amsterdam School. So it seems like this is going to be just a phrase you say. So we still need to solve this one about the white roses named after a group of islands. Where did we learn that? Was it on one of these? It feels like it. We read it somewhere, maybe. Surely the chat is going to tell me. Where did we read it? Magistra someone. Magistra means teacher in Latin. Magistra variorum. Variorum. Magistra. So you think this is going to be... Everyone seems very convinced that this is going to be a G here, even though we can't remember what this flower was. It seems right to me, but boy, you don't want to get that wrong. You don't want to be saying a spell. I'm sure there's some scenes in Harry Potter where you say the spell wrong and bad things happen. Surely we read somewhere about some white flower. Probably, where would we have read it? It seems like one of the places where it wouldn't have been in a biography. It feels like it would have been in here somewhere. I mean, I suppose we don't really need to find it if we're convinced it's a G, but Galapagos roses, said DJ. Okay, Galapagos roses. Did we read that somewhere? Surely we did. Let's see if it fits. Galapagos roses. Yes, that absolutely fits. Can someone remind me while I'm writing down this phrase where we read that so we can remember? Magistra-varioum. Magistravarium. Doesn't really come trippingly off the tongue, does it? Magistravarium. Well, this is a kind of weird position we're in. We've got this hexam, Magistravioum. We've used almost everything. We know the patron of the coven is a hydra. We've got this. We've obviously got stuff we're supposed to use for the spell, but we don't know what to do next, although we can go here for help. Possibly. Okay, so here's what I suggest we do. I suggest that we lay everything out here where we think it should go. So we prepare for our spell. And then we can think a little bit about it, visit this website, see if it's related. So let's put all this stuff that we think we might need to run this spell. I guess the other thing we could do is we don't want to perform the rite of union. All right, let's organize this. Maybe this is the creature, but let's organize this. Okay. This is pretty exciting. It sounds like we're going to try to do this spell. So Vicky Barker, we know she matches that symbol. This one is this one. This girl is over here. This is the flame, and this is our triangle. Okay, so there's our witch's coven with the dead one. Four cards is probably going to be for the four people that are left. I'm guessing it's these cards. So the High Priestess, little unsure, but okay. Where's our ordering? We're gonna need this. Okay, so here's our ordering. I'm not sure about these tarot cards yet, so we're gonna think on this a little bit more. But the High Priestess was gonna be for the first oldest one left. I'm thinking we may change these. Then we have Prophetess, then Cherub, then Queen of Wands. And then let me reorder these in order of age. It was Margaret, then Amy, then Lisa, then Vicky. Okay, so, but yeah, this doesn't seem quite right. But if we were to do them in order, High Priestess, Prophetess, and then third would be the Cherub, and fourth would be Queen of Wands. I am not at all convinced on the order of these, that this is where these tarot cards go, but we'll come back to that. Don't run the spell. But let's do our stones here. So where's our stones? Okay, here's our stones. All right, so we've got the the red goes between these two. The crystal rock goes on her. The purple goes between these two. The pink goes between these two, and this goes between these two. So I'm just putting the right thing between the different phases of the moon. So that puts it on the people, not on these things. I don't know what we do with that. Could peel one of these off. If there's anything hidden here. We had the triangle here, remember? And then the Latin. So we haven't used that yet. Right? We haven't used the triangle, and we haven't decoded this. If there is a way to decode this. So we have to remember that we haven't solved that. And we don't know if there's something here to dig out inside this wax. Probably not. That's probably just a little metal piece. Okay. Well, even if these tarot cards are right, which I have my doubts about, we still wouldn't know what to do. So it feels like we need to maybe go to that website next. Let me see what the chat thinks about this idea of what to do next. And it says, by the way, Magistra is a female teacher opposed to a Magister, who's a male one, so this Varioum could be an older witch. And it says, funny, we teach Latin in our school, and the Latin teacher sits next to me in the teacher's lounge, and we call her Magistra. Okay, that's pretty cool. Magistra Varioum. All right. So I'm putting these cards here and the other things that might have to do. I think that we have to go to here. Witchwizard.help. And does anyone have any other ideas for things to do before we do that? I suppose we could. I mean, if it says when we go to that website, do you need help? We're going to say no, put us back, let us work on it more. But should we be trying to decode this? with this triangle thing? Should we be trying to make sense of this? Shall we look at it for a second? Like, we can rotate this. Not sure why we would, though. But clearly this is significant. What if we take the first letters of these words? No, don't really spell anything. I mean, do we need to translate this Latin? Doesn't it seem like it's kind of important and crazy for us not to have translated it by now? How do you know where to start? Put it down here. There's some discussion of cinnamon. What is so significant about this, though? And why does it seem to fit so well in here? Well, we haven't tried this website, so we could absolutely try this to see if it is help. Okay, let's go to the website before overthinking it, says Nicola. All right, let's do it. Let's go to the website. Let's see if there's anything to do. So if it's a help site, then we're gonna try to work on it on our own, but maybe it's an essential part. So www.witchwizard.help. Please enter the name of your coven. All right, remember we solved that. So actually this was more of a puzzle than hint at this point. The name of your coven. Okay, so the name of the coven that the girls came up with at age 11 was Sister Bond, I believe it was. According to our database, your coven has 5 members. Amy, Francesca, Vicky, Margaret, who's dead, and Lisa. Is this correct? Is this a trick question? This is correct. Warning. One or more witches from this coven will soon be 23 years old. This means that the consortium will be able to track them down. For your own safety, we had strongly advised to perform the transfer ritual before you perform any other spells. Okay, copyright Witch Wizard. All right, perform the transfer. Okay, let's write this down. Perform transfer. That's what we're doing. We're performing the transfer, I guess. That's what this sheet in front of us is. Transfer. To start the ritual, you need Witch Wizard's sorcery surface. Place it on a table or the floor at the center of your coven, which is what we've done. Okay, let me put this back here. Okay. Next, light a candle, position it in the center of the pentagram. Do not let this candle go out during the ritual, or you will have a negative outcome, or worse, evil spirits will be able to enter your circle. All right, we don't want that. To enhance the chances of good spirits guarding the ritual, play this music during the entire ceremony. So this is actually very clever. Let's take a moment to appreciate what's happening here. it's telling us to start it, it sounds like, before we're sure how to finish it. Right? It's like, okay, it doesn't say light it now, but it seems to be suggesting that it's going to give us 30 minutes on the clock with a 30-minute music soundtrack. And start the ritual, but then it's not telling us what other stuff we're going to have to figure out. So I guess we're going to play along with this, yeah? All right. So I guess we're going to do this here. I'm not sure about this, but all right. Well, this is what we signed up for, so okay, there's our candle. You can see it. Just put this somewhere. I mean, our time is clicking. I'm going to click play, but let's see what we're dealing with here. All right. So I think we have 30 minutes to solve this game. I'm just taking a moment to appreciate. Can you see? You can see that it's burning, right? There you go. All right. So there is a way for me to turn on the audio. I mean, I'm sort of wasting time here, aren't I? But there is a way for me to keep the audio on even when it's not playing it. But I guess the music is not important. So while it's on, you can hear it. All right, so let's go back to our game. You let me know if something happens in the audio that I need to pay attention to. Otherwise, I'll just live without it. All right, now we're going to click continue. Okay. It's kind of warm in here. Which element belongs to Amy? Okay, so Amy is this element. I'm gonna try not to start a fire here. Where is our list of elements and people? Where was that? This is being awfully cavalier about time clicking by. Oh, it was in the diary. Should I be worried about taking too long to solve this? Okay, it was in our diaries. Here we go. All right, so try not to start a fire here. Amy was this, which is air. All right, so our answer here is air. Francesca, who's here, was this symbol, which is spirit. Okay. Okay, Vicky, who is here. Vicky is the circle, which is earth. Okay, can you actually see the candle? Or should I be putting that candle somewhere where... I guess you can. I'm gonna have to assume you can see it. You let me know in the channel if you can't quite see it. Margaret is that, which is fire. Makes sense. Margaret is fire. She's Margaret. And lastly, Lisa, who's here. She's that one, which is water. Okay? Lisa is water. Perfect, you're ready to go. Place a picture of each member on the coven on the corresponding element symbols around the pentagram. Now each holds each other's hand and say in unison. Alright, so everyone at home should be speaking this out loud because we're the virtual coven. We're standing in for these people. So you should be repeating this along with me. Good spirits of the bloodline of Almatar, we invite you into our circle to protect us and guide us. To keep evil spirits from entering the magic circle, you must now seal the pentagram by spreading a circle of sorcerer's salt in the Regio Salis. When you have pure souls, the good spirits of Almatar will reveal to you what their secret symbol is. Please be advised that the first impressions can be deceiving. Did the spirits reveal what symbol? What the? Uh-oh. We may be in trouble here. And I think we're in trouble. I don't think we know what secret symbol it is. This feels like we needed that green triangle. Okay, let me just see it. I guess I'll do what it says. Okay, so actually, they want you to do the salt. So this is when people would have discovered this triangle circle, right? So it says it wants you to spread a circle of salt in the Regio Salis. Where's the Regio Salis? Right here. I'm not sure exactly what it means, but it wanted me to put some salt there, and that's when we would have discovered this. So if that's when we would discover this, is that a shape? Not quite like that, not quite like that. We don't have an option for that. Oh, it's on the back of this. Okay, so it's this plus the triangle. There it is. It's this plus the triangle overlaid. This symbol plus a triangle in green gives us this one right here. It's this one, isn't it? Not the last one, but this one. The Regio Salis is the whole circle, I see. Okay, but does everyone agree with me? I'm gonna spread the salt to protect us. Protect all these people. I don't want it to not protect us. Okay. I see. That's why it's important for us to spread this around. Okay. All right. Does everyone agree? You got the right one. Okay, here we go. We're going to click on this. All right. Getting a lot of heat from this candle. In what city or town did your coven perform their first ritual? Okay, we know this is Berwick, right? Because of the photo. The photo of them in Berwick. Okay, so the answer has got to be Berwick. We got plenty of time, right? How is the music? Is the music too loud for you guys? Because I don't hear any music, but I don't know if it's too loud. Let me know. What is your coven's animal? Okay, I think we know the answer to that. Wait, what? Oh boy, now we're in trouble. We don't know this one. We don't know this. Our mythical creature is the Hydra, but we don't know the raven. The raven. You think it's the raven feather? Oh my god! But we have arachnic. We have arachnica arsenic. How do we know it's the raven? I mean, I agree we have a raven feather, but what if we're wrong? We have to just assume it's the raven feather? Did the diary say anything about this? We don't even remember where we got this feather. Did the diary mention it? Ugh, this makes me nervous. We didn't have any other use for that raven feather, though. It does make me think it must be the raven. All right, we're gonna check. We're gonna choose Raven. We're gonna choose Raven with some trepidation. If a demon shows up, we're in trouble. Place the 4 objects you found on the corners of your witchcraft sorcery surface as indicated. 1 where the black feather is. 2, the picture of your town. 3, the green amulet from the salt. Is this supposed to go here? Is that what it is? Are these cards not supposed to be here? Put that there just in case. And 4, the empty sorcerer's salt jar. I'm just going to save some sorcerer's salt for later. Surely that's not going to affect the ritual. Okay, here we go. Does anyone think I should take these off, right? Because it didn't say to do these. We don't want to mess up the spell with these tarot cards. It didn't say anything about them, though. Clearly, it looks like they belong, but we'll put them on there if it tells us. Okay, each of the 4... Feels like they should be there. You need to see that. All right. It's okay that I didn't do all the salt, right? Clearly, surely that's enough. The next part will be a bit of a challenge. Oh, geez. We've got our clock running. The remaining part of this ritual requires the intellectual power of a true witch. To make sure you have what it takes, you need to fill in the magic word that has been hidden in the stars. Oh, that was our hexam, right? That was the mirror reverse stuff. Okay, so we said that was HAEXUM. Boy, we better not be wrong about that. And we're just gonna click OK. We're gonna count on it telling us if we're wrong, because remaining part. Well done. You're definitely worthy of the magic of the Almatar family. We got it. Continue. Okay, it's now time to combine the power of the stones and moons to reinforce all the elements of the ritual. Please tell us which stone belongs to which moon. Which stone belongs to the blood moon? Oh, we did not solve this. We did not solve this. And now time is running out. I just said the blood moon between these two is this, but now it wants to know that a specific stone belongs to this blood moon. Says, although there's only one moon, it has many different faces. Every lunar phase has a strong connection to a particular gemstone, which is of the greatest significance to the witchery world. Oh boy, I did not realize this was going to be this puzzle. Alright, well, we've got a genuine dilemma on our hands now. Because now, instead of just placing them there, we have to figure out for each of these things where to go. And Tina says, pause the candle. It told us we can't put out the candle or bad things will happen. I'm just going to put this off to the side. But we're on a clock now, guys. I'll just put this where you can still see it, or it's going to light these Polaroids on fire. But how do we solve this? There was something we didn't make use of. We didn't make much use of... Oh boy. We didn't make use of this, which looks kind of similar to that. Not really, though. And then each of these stones is described differently. Jade consists of minerals of jadeite and nephrite. Carnelian is a semi-precious stone consisting of a dull red or reddish-white variety, quartz. I mean, are they just colors? Which stone belongs to which moon? So we've got 5 stones. Is it that they're all going to belong to one of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 stones that we have in our box and 5 moons. So one belongs to each. Every lunar phase has a strong connection to a particular gemstone, which is of the greatest significance to the witchery world. And then we're told that a witch belongs under a certain sign. How about the tarot cards? Is that possible? That the tarot cards have different stones on them? Is it just clockwise? This goes with this, this goes with this? That would seem too easy. Lunar phases. Each lunar phase. Maybe it's just thinking about it. Blood, moon. Which of these is blood? Is that gonna work? Let's think. A waxing crescent would be waxing, something with that's like wax. Blue moon. Not really. Is it just by color? But then that doesn't make sense. Like, which one gets purple? Waxing and waning are both black and white. Well, I guess the waxing is mostly black, so you could give that to that, and then the white is mostly white. You could give that to the waning. The blood moon would be the red. But then purple to blue and pink to the yellow moon? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. There's a small bump that might go with the spoon. I mean, there's a small bump. How does that help us? It doesn't. It's just they're all pointing clockwise. Let me see if we do lay it down there, what happens? Nothing. It's true about that bump. That is odd. Oh boy, I wish we had spent some time thinking about this before we had lit that candle. Hey, you're right though. Look at the corners of this. It absolutely shows the handle of this. That's got to be a clue, right? Okay, let me try it this way. Let me put it upside down like this. If I put it upside down like this and line it up, that actually does point to the black. And if I point it to this guy, that does point to the white. And if I put it on this guy with the bump, it does do the purple. You got it. You got it. And Tina got it. And Tina got it. So let's just look at it for a second. The kicker is at the corner is the shape of this spoon. It's a little icon of the spoon in the corners, pointing inward. That's what tricked me. Like Antina suggested it, that you put it here. And when I did it this way, and then the handle was pointing off here. It was pointless. But now I see if we turn it over, and now this looks like a three-dimensional moon, facing it in, which is what these diagrams show us, then we've got it. All right, take these stones off. We're gonna put them in the proper place. How was that for some tension at the end? If we had come close, I mean, this is running out, but I would have put some more salt on. Maybe it would give us a little extra time. Okay, so we're gonna go through it in time. First, we're gonna do the red moon. So I'm gonna put this over this, line it up. Okay, so the red is red. Okay. Where's the rest of these? I feel like you're hurrying up. What if you lost one of your stones? Okay, so the red goes to the blood moon. Okay. And then the waxing crescent here goes to pink. Okay. That one right there. You get burned here. The blue one is the purple. Okay. You still see it? Okay. The harvest moon, if you put it where the little bump is the black. Okay. That's the black. And lastly, the waning gibbons, if we line it up with the bump, gives us the white. Okay. Well, it was particularly nice that we saw the bump. We realized that seemed significant. If we had spotted this, it would have absolutely seemed significant, and Antina really helped us. Okay, so everyone is worried about dying. Anna says it was nice to know you guys. Nicola was saying, Jesse, hurry up, or we're all gonna die. Put the cup on the moon and the hen. Yeah, okay, so we're all on the same page here. We're just a little bit delayed. Okay, so the red, we said, goes with red, which is... Boy, maybe I should be hurrying because we could have more of this to... Okay, so red is... We don't know what's going to come after this, so I shouldn't be taking my time so much. Okay, the waning gibbons, which is our bottom one here. Waning gibbons is the crystal, which is called rock crystal. Not to make any mistake here. We know I'm sloppy, I make mistakes. Okay, the harvest moon is this one here, which is the... Did we decide this was basalt? It's the black. But is that the basalt or the moldavite? Guys, help me remember. Was this one basalt or moldavite? Doesn't look like volcanic to me. Oh boy. It's like a triangle. Was there some other way for us to know? I'm trying to remember. Did something else... I would guess basalt. Dark, grainy rock. Lots of magnesium and iron. Can we test a magnet on it? There's no magnetism on it. Does that mean it's not iron? Dear God, I don't want a demon to get us. How do we know? So if I give you a close-up, will you be able to help me? I'm nervous about a demon getting us. I can't put it in the center because I don't want to... if it's basalt is black, so this must be moldavite, says the channel. I don't want to get burned by this stuff. What do you think? Salt is black. It has to be moldavite, says Anna. It didn't react to magnetism. Does that mean there's no iron in it? All right, we're going to say moldavite. Hopefully we'll get a second chance. Boy, we're running out of time here, guys. This is a little nervous. Oh, but wait, we don't have a choice. It has to be basalt. We don't have an option. Thankfully, we don't have an option, so it has to be the basalt. Unless we're doing something else wrong. Oh boy. What's gone wrong? Something's gone wrong. Oh. Waxing crescent. The waxing crescent was our pink, which is our rose quartz. Thankfully, we should have seen that we didn't have both options. And then the blue moon was our amethyst. Amazing. You're a moon miracle. Now carefully place each stone on the corresponding moon on the sorcery surface as indicated below. Let's make sure we don't mess this up. Boy, can you see that the candle is almost run out? I don't know if you can see it from that view, but it is almost run out. Okay. What about the tarot cards? Continue. You're almost there. Now let's see if the spirits are willing to help you finish the ritual. If they are, you shall find a hidden word on the back of a burned witch. Okay, that's our clue about our crossword puzzle. So here we go. We wrote it down. M-A-G-I-S T-R-A-V-E-R-I-O-E-M. Better do it again. Okay. M-A-G-I-S-T-R-A-V-E-R-I-O-E-M in caps. Almost blew out the candle. Oh boy, you're almost there. Now let's see if the spirits are willing to help you finish the ritual. If they are, you shall find a hidden word on the back of a burned witch. We did that. The spirits are by your side. There is one ancient force left to summon now. Here comes our patron saint, the Hydra. Okay, I think we might make this. How are we doing for sound? Your mythical creature. Let me just switch this and see how much time we have left. Oh my god, this thing says we've only got 2 minutes of music left. But I think we have a little bit more time on the candle. Okay, here we go. What is our mythical creature? It was the Hydra, right? Your Hydra will protect you now. Well done. The Hydra has revealed itself, so you now So now we know where the tarot cards of the remaining members of your coven need to be placed on the sorcery surface. So this is exactly the order that we put. So we did it right. Maybe if you didn't find the Hydra, it would just ask you to figure it out on your own. But if you have the Hydra tells you. But this is the exact order we had figured out. So that's kind of reassuring. So it's like the Hydra came and we said, we got this one covered. We don't need you. All right, here we go. The tarot cards are out. Okay. God help us if there's some step. And it says, don't talk, just do it, Jesse. Okay, you will soon discover in life everything is connected, and so are all the elements in this ritual. It's time to draw the lines on the sorcery surface. What? All right, we don't know how to do this. I shouldn't be talking so much. Okay, Carnelian, Rose Quartz, Francesca, Margaret. How am I supposed to do this? Carnelian is our red. So Rose Quartz, which is a line left, to Francesca, which is diagonal, to Margaret, which is left. Okay, that's this symbol. Okay. Next symbol, Cherub of Potions, to the High Priestess, which is straight up, to Queen of Wands, which is diagonal, to the Prophetess, which is straight up. So that's this symbol. Okay. Next, Regio Salis. Where's that? It's got sand over it. Oh no, it's right in the corner. What the hell are we supposed to do with that? A little dot in the corner? The hell am I supposed to do with the little dot in the corner? Black Feather, which is in the upper left. The Amethyst. To Vicky. To Basalt. To Berwick, which is a W. Okay. This does not spell anything. What do we do? I don't know what to do. Regio Salis is here. The Regio Salis is the circle. Okay, that's an O. So, but these aren't, the first one isn't a letter. I must have done it wrong. N now, Z now. Let's do the first one again. Carnelia is here, to Rose Quartz, to Francesca. But a Z is the other way. What is this? What is this? The other letters spell now. But what is this? What do I do with this? Carnelian, Rose Quartz, Francesca, to Margaret. Rose Quartz, Francesca, to Margaret. I don't understand. It's an S? It's an S. You think it's snow? The music has stopped. That's okay. It's not, the music is not our timer. The candle is the timer. I'll restart the music. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Snow? But why was snow everything connected? All right, doesn't matter. We don't have time. We have to hope it's snow. That's an S, huh? S-N-O-W. S-N-O-W. We don't have time for this. The good spirits of Almatar have spoken. You are ready. Get a cauldron. It's time to do some boiling. What do you mean, get a cauldron? I don't have time to go get a cauldron. I mean, I've got this, but what do you mean, get a cauldron? The candle is getting very low. All right. Is it happy about snow? I don't know. I don't understand, but okay. Step 1. Place your cauldron on a stable surface. Pour a full vial of ivory scatter in the empty cauldron. What? But freeze it? What? All right. We're going to take a break here. I'm almost blowing out the candle. All right, we're going to take a break. How much break can we get? Can we afford? All right. I'm going to take a... Let's see. Okay, we're going to take a 3-minute break. All right, we're back. We still have a little bit of time left. It's been pointed out there is something written in the bottom of the candle. All right, I'm panicking a little bit here. Let's go here. Place your cauldron on a stable surface. Is that my hand? I don't know. Pour a full vial of ivory scatter. But the cork is broken. How does it want me to get this out? Yeah, we gotta... That's it. It broke. I have no good way to get this out. We're gonna get killed by demons because of this faulty cork. I'm gonna cut my hand wide open. This is insanity. This faulty cork is gonna get us killed. What nonsense is this? This faulty cork is gonna get us killed. Can you see that the cork is broken? What if it spills all over? Can we get an extension from the demons? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Ivory scatter, yeah. This illegal substance? This outlawed ivory? Alright, there's the cork. Okay. You know, I use this spoon for coffee. I'm not too thrilled about having to boil over this. Okay, full in the cauldron. Add the full bottle of this. Is this gonna fit in here? I don't know about this. Oh boy, this is really full to the brim. Okay, it's turned into a jelly. It's turned into a bit of a jelly. Okay, we're running out of time. Innocent girls committed no crime. Innocent girls committed no crime. Freeze this potion, turn back time. Innocent girls committed no crime. Freeze this potion, turn back time. Innocent girls committed no crime. Freeze this potion, turn back time. Now, use your moon spoon to stir the concoction 7 times. Was I supposed to be heating this? No, it didn't say to heat it. Okay, stir moon spoon, stir it 7 times clockwise, 4 times counterclockwise. Finish 5 more times. Boy, I don't want to get this wrong. 7 times clockwise, 4 times counterclockwise. Okay. 7 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 times counterclockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 more clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does it matter that some is falling out? You have now created the purple snow, for which the Almatar family is famous. This snow will wash away all your problems. Okay. I've created the snow, it's true. I wouldn't mind transferring this to a different cauldron, to be honest. Kind of hard to stir in this cauldron, which is really my coffee spoon, which I'm not throwing about. All right, doesn't matter. I don't have time to complain about this. All right, so this snow will wash away all your problems. All right, we still got time on this candle. Let's finish the ritual and transfer the spell. All that's left now is to chant the final spell with the entire coven. That means everyone here in the audience. The spell, however, is lost long ago, but if you look into the fire, your ancestors might help you find us. Find it. Please tell us the second word of the 3-word spell. Okay, so let's together look in the heart of this candle and see if we can read it. What does it say? Search for file. Really? We have to search for another file? K8. Is this the same file we found before? Yes. K8HK35. I think it's the same one. Okay, so if you look into the fire, your ancestors might help you find it. Please tell us the second word of the 3-word spell. What happened when we searched for this file? What did we get from this? Boy, we don't have time for this. Poison, not potion. All right. Look at the candle. Okay, someone needs to, if you're going to say something in the channel, you need to tell me what you're trying to say. Because like 3 people are saying 3 different things in the chat, and I don't know what you're talking about. Please tell us the second word of the 3-word spell. So I guess the 3-word spell is Omnibus Capiati Incantatum, and it wants the second word, so it's Capiati. Capiati. Okay. Capiati. 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 You found it. Now let's call your sisters and finish the ritual. Video call, you gotta be kidding me. All right, let's see what happens here.
Hi there. Wow, you actually made it through the toughest part of the ritual. You must have some really strong magical blood somewhere in your family tree.
Are you sure you're not a witch?
You'd make a really good one.
Ladies, let's focus on the goal here. We still need to complete the ritual to transfer the spell that makes it possible for the consortium to find us.
Yeah, you're right. So the fact that we're all here means you found the magic words to complete the ritual.
Okay, so the words are omnibus capiati incantatum.
Omnibus.
Omnibus capiate
Incantatum.
incantatum.
Omnibus
capiati incantatum.
Shall we try saying them together?
You better hurry up, because the candle's burning out here. Pick it up.
Capiati incantatum.
Omnibus capiati incantatum. Omnibus capiati incantatum.
I think I feel something.
Whoa.
Just keep going, Francesca.
Okay.
Omnibus capiati incantatum.
Keep going. And with a little more power.
Capiati incantatum.
I think we did it.
Are we free?
We are. Thank you so much. You transferred the spell.
And saved our lives. But wait. Then who did we transfer the spell to?
Oh my god.
What?
What?
We transferred the spell to them.
We did what?
They are under the spell now. The consortium will come after them now.
Say what?
I'm sorry. We are so sorry.
Say what now? Am I supposed to use the snow to put out the fire? I'm going to put out the fire with the snow. Well. And there you have it. So, it's a bit of a mess here at the table. Was the smoke supposed to put out? Well, it's okay. I put out the fire eventually with the snow, which I guess was what we were supposed to do. Well, you can't really ask for a bigger finale experience than what we got. And my heart was going a bit there as time was running out and there was a puzzle we hadn't solved. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take... I mean, it almost feels like it's hard to talk about it as a game, because at the end there, I forgot we were playing a game. Let's take a 5-minute break to collect ourselves, to calm down, and then maybe we'll talk a little bit about the game. I am curious to hear your thoughts about the experience as a whole. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. Okay, we're back. 5 hours in. We finished the game. You can see what my table looks like at this point with the purple snow that put out the candle. Our cauldron here, filled with arsenic. It's going to have to be washed thoroughly before I use it to make coffee again. The stones set around the photos with the tarot cards, the crow's feather photo. Let's look at what the chat thinks before I give my thoughts. If you're still watching this and you haven't spoken up before, but you've watched this live, this would be a great game for you to break your silence and leave some comments here. Anna says, great Halloween game. We're doomed, but had a great playthrough. I could have warned you about the cauldron. Otherwise, 5 out of 5 for me. Highly thematic, very good use of props and puzzles, great quality, even that cork bit was funny. Interesting narrative, we were invested in this, great finale, good use of multimedia, highly recommended. And Tina says, cool game, puzzles were nice, range of difficulty, very thematic, intense, some loose ends in the end, but great for a sequel. Good use of the props. All right, so let me give you some thoughts here. I mean, I think this is an amazing game. I don't know how completely it came across, but it's hard. I cannot think of any other game we've had. We played The Messenger in October. I'm not going to give any spoilers from there. That was also very thematic, more involved game with much harder puzzles. But I don't think we've played anything which was quite as, what's the right word? It's sort of like, well, I build this in advance as sort of a deluxe experience, and boy, was this a deluxe experience. But it was also like showy. What's the right word for that? Like it was almost like a choreographed performance in terms of a game. And the way that they structured the finale, the whole game is just take your time, do whatever you want. And then the finale was just, you were so smoothly led into this website that's like, okay, gentle, gentle, gentle. And then it was like, okay, it's time to do the final ritual. You had no idea how long it was going to take. It felt to me when we were doing it like it was just going to ask us a couple questions and we were going to be done. And then the game took us by the hand, had us light the candle, play some music, and then all of a sudden, we were in this timed finale that took lots of steps where we had no idea what was going to happen if it went wrong, but we knew we were on a clock. And then all of a sudden, we got a couple puzzles that we weren't quite prepared for, and the game was very cleverly done so that most of the puzzles we had solved, but then there was a couple that we were almost guaranteed not to have solved because no one asked us to figure out what stone went with what planet, what moon. So there was some panic there. And then it's sort of, that finale was so well controlled to be a powerful finale that we were working on the spell. We needed all these different things that we had found along the way, our patron creature, all the things that got reused, the tarot cards, the salt that we had been sitting with from the beginning, and the fact that you have to spread it, and when you spread it, you would discover that triangle thing. And those puzzles, like several puzzles in the finale, threw us a little bit. Like, what's the symbol? And we didn't find the symbol. And then we realized, because we thought this was the symbol, then we realized, oh, it's the overlay of these two. And then the planets got us. And then the final word, which was using a diagram here, and then we needed to know the second word of the spell from the file. We remembered we had found the file, but we didn't remember what it would mean to be the second word of it. Like, and because of the time and the tension of it, it was all nerve-wracking. And then this little showstopper, just little magic trick performance of turning the the white powder with the liquid making snow, and that very cleverly calibrated word that spelled out with the Z, with the backwards Z, and I was panicking. I was like, what letter is this? This isn't a letter, it's now. The channel came in and said, Jesse, calm down. That's probably an S and it makes snow. That's like calibrated with a to a fine point. Like this is almost like a finely honed finale experience that was so well crafted. This feels like something that would have taken a long time to calibrate perfectly. To get that last word snow so that the first letter is ambiguous, that you would really get stuck on it. And then the so well done how like we got to those two final rocks and we were panicking. Is this Mulvedite or the other one? And then, but really the choices that even if you got stuck not knowing which, only one of them was up there. And so just, I've been focusing on the finale because the finale was so amazing. And then it asked a question about what's our creature? And it was the crow because of this feather that we couldn't figure out earlier what to use it for, but it was so nice. Like, that's the calibrated level of difficulty where we were like, we think this is right, but the stakes are so high, we didn't want to make a mistake. Just so well done. And then the fact that you get this nice video with the witch's coven and this little twist at the end, but very satisfying. The multimedia, as Anna said, was really well done, really drew us in. And the story as a whole drew us in. It's always fun to be able to read old cold case letters and stuff, so we got some of those. Okay, so I mostly talked about how great the finale was. But I also think the puzzles here were really good, like a really nice variety, exactly what you sort of want in an experience like this. And not all super easy. Like there were some that threw us for a little bit. Like the mirror one was very clever and we got stuck on that for a bit. And that was a sort of multi-part one that was quite cool. Like we've seen those kinds of mirror puzzles before, but the fact that it was connecting these dots based on pairs in an order specified here. You don't use this, it seems. That was very clever little multi-part thing. And we hit that a couple times. There were a couple times that there was sort of a multi-part solution. I can't remember which one it was that also had that. But this thing where we're told the order, but if the oldest dies, one moves up, and we didn't have the fifth card, but then we figured out, okay, that meant that when Margaret died, she vacated her position, and so she became the death card, which didn't go in the order, and then figuring out that those were related to the patron creature. Just really well-paced game with a really nice mix of puzzles. And then a great story. A great, interesting, sort of almost unpredictable story in a satisfying way. Like, we had a good villain of this organization that are killing the witch. They burned them. Very clever use of the thermal stuff to make it almost like a magic act. Boy, it's hard to do better than this. I mean, the only thing you could maybe want more is like a longer experience, or maybe you want a darker experience, but the witch burned alive. A little bit of the online stuff with the website, but not too much. Wow. I can see why this is highly recommended. And they make another game. The Never House, I think it is. We may want to try this, but boy, this would be a good game to recommend. Now, you do destroy it. You can buy a reset kit. And it's not super cheap. I don't remember how much it is. It may be like $70. Is that right? Can someone Can we look that up? Because it would be nice if we're recommending it to figure out how much it would cost. Is it Dark Park? You know what? I don't think it tells you. Now I'm remembering. So I bought it used, and I believe that when you go to their website, they're not an American company. If you go to their website, they want you to put it in your... Oh, there it is. $52. Well, that's a very good... that must be on sale. That's not... $52. Well, that's a very good price for such an elaborate experience. I would highly recommend that to someone that wants a real experience. Is there a hint system? I believe there is a hint system. We can check it out if the group is curious. Dorian says, I think the reset kit was around $10. Well, that's a perfect segue here because I want to point something out. Here is, if you get stuck, you can get help. And on the other side is, did you enjoy this game? Leave a review. And I want to repeat something I've said before. I sometimes worry about playing these games on the channel because you could imagine if you're the author of this game and you see someone playing it on the channel, you might feel like, what if a bunch of people just watch it and that keeps them from buying it? Like they would have bought it, but since they can watch it, they watch it instead. I think generally that's misplaced worry because however many people you lose who watched it, they 99.9% of, if you watch it, you weren't going to buy it. If you care about buying it, the experience, you probably would have bought it and not want to spoil it by watching something. So I really don't think you lose any a minuscule amount, but whatever you lose, you should make back in people who learn about the game for the first time from watching someone like YouTube and buy it, or buy it as a gift, whatever. But if there's any concern left, we can solve it. We can help them. We can give them the trade-off of, if it was a good game, if you liked it, go give them a review. A review for companies like this that sell their product on their own website. One good review, you know, it's worth the cost of several copies of the game. It's like free advertising. So if you want to give something back to these companies, if you're concerned like I am that by playing it we might be robbing them of a sale, you can fix that very easily by going to their website and leaving them a review. Okay, that didn't work. And then everyone's happy. But we'll do this offline. But I encourage you to go to Dark Park Games and leave them a review. Maybe buy the other game that they sell. Maybe we'll play the other one on the channel another time. I had a blast. It was especially, I know I said this before, maybe the channel is getting sick of hearing this, but the difference between playing this alone and playing this with a group that was as fully immersed in it, as fully nervous at the end as I was, it really was a special experience to be able to share it with you at home, and was really fun and a special experience. This won't be something I soon forget. I hope you enjoyed watching it. If you watch this after the fact, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the game in the comments of this YouTube video. Anything else? I may need to wind down a little bit here. So maybe we'll just sit here and see if anyone has anything else they want to talk about, chat about. Glenn C says, is there a hint system? Okay, so we didn't view the hint system, but there definitely is. Let me scan this QR code and let's see what it looks like, if we're curious. I mean, obviously it wasn't a strict time limit at the end. If we had wanted to go longer, we could have. The snow was interesting. I don't know why it didn't tell us to use the snow to put out the candle. And it was interesting. Now, why did it need the candle to give us that website. I mean, to give us the code for the file. It was worried we could have gotten to the end without it. Like, why did we find that? Why did we find that on our own without burning down the candle? Does anyone remember where we got the... Where did we learn the password, the file name early instead of having to wait for the candle to burn down? Remind me where we got the file before the candle, because at the bottom of the candle, it just gave us something we already knew, which was odd. Why was that? How did we get that file? Why was that an optional thing that we had found the file name ahead of time? XHHK35. I can't remember where we got that from. The channel will remind me as we're looking at this. Okay, so contents of the box. All right. Assembled by hand. Where do we start? Hint 1. Hint 2. Answer, spoiler. What do we do after listening to the voicemail message? Start of the game has 3 hints. Consortium has a bunch of hints and then an answer. The correspondence has a bunch of hints and then an answer. Yeah. Witch Wizard help, name of coven, elements. This is the final answers. So a bunch of these we had solved before we got to the end. Boy, the only thing you could actually go wrong on here is if you went to this, if you had gone, okay, so we had a great experience because of our normal reluctance to go to anything that says help. But if we had gone to this as soon as we looked at that bag, in fact, you could have gotten this right away, but I guess you wouldn't have gotten to the stage where you light the candle, right? Because there were some questions before then that you wouldn't have solved until later. But okay, and then so there's a full hint system, a full staged hint system. These are our crossword puzzle clues. Mythical creature. Look into the fire. Patience is a virtue. It's just saying wait till it burns down. Did you light the candle at the start of the ritual? If you keep the candle at the beginning of the ritual and you look deep into the fire, you should see something at the bottom. Anyway, a full elaborate hint system. The candle was needed as a reminder. I don't know if we would have remembered the 3-word spell. That's a good point. In other words, we did know there was a 3-word spell, and we already had found the password, but we forgot that that was the spell they were talking about when they asked for the second word of the 3-word spell. So even though we had already found the password, that was a reminder that that's where we were going to find the spell. DJ Moneycut says those tea candles burn much longer than you think, a couple of hours at least. Okay, I think in fairness, Moneycut was right. The wax had almost melted out completely. But once the wax had melted, we would have had a liquid pool of wax that could have burned for a much longer time. Okay, but you know how these games work. You sort of have to, like watching a scary movie, you have to allow yourself to get panicked. That's what we did. And it said there are 2 other boxes from this company, Neverhouse and Conspiracy 19. We should try them also. Okay, so I think I probably will pick those up and try them. at some point, one of these years, I may have to start a Patreon for this channel to get the money to afford some of these games, but right now we're okay. We also bought for this playthrough Root of All Evil, which is a more expensive, possibly more scary deluxe game for Halloween, but we didn't get to it this Halloween. Maybe we will next Halloween. But I believe this December, it's always fun to play these special, big, long games on the holidays. And Jonathan Warner and I started this tradition a while ago, a year or two ago. I think this year, we are, in December, around Christmas, we may finally try to play one of the Cozy Killer game, The Hidden Listener. This is the most expensive puzzle escape room box that I have, that I think you can buy almost. Cozy Killer makes a series of them. And it'll be a big marathon long experience. It won't be like this kind of experience, much more of a hardcore marathon, but it'll be interesting to try that. Anything else to talk about before we wrap this up here? This was a perfect way to end this October. We really had a good variety of games here. And it says, this is a Dutch company doing real escape rooms. I bet they won awards for those, and now they're trying home escape room experiences with these box games. I mean, this is the best experience type game that we've played. It's hard to imagine too much better than this. They are rightfully proud of this, and this was highly recommended by others. Now, we mentioned they make two other games. One was, I keep forgetting the name, The Never Room or something. That also was recommended to me when I asked the question about recommendations. So I'm sure that's of high quality. Conspiracy 19, I believe, is their newest one. And it may just be that not enough people have played it yet, but it hasn't been. You know what it is? I think it may be out of stock. I think I may have tried to purchase it and it was out of stock or something. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to be. Oh, Conspiracy is the first. Maybe that's why it's out of stock. It is out of stock, says Antina. Okay. Well, people didn't recommend that one. But then on the other hand, I asked for recommendations about scary, spooky games. So maybe it just wasn't recommended about that. Antina says, I contacted them but didn't get a reply. All right, well, we'll about a reprint. Well, I'll pick up the Never Room, and we will eventually play it. Whether we play it before next Halloween or save it for next Halloween, I don't know. All right, well, I won't see you for a couple days, maybe a week, because I'm going to try to film a couple reviews and take a break from live streaming just for a week or so, maybe less, and get back to working on High and Low. Sometime this month, I'll do another live stream discussion about High and Low, another game design focused session. I'm not sure exactly what I'll focus on. You should look for my review of Dave Neal's Perspectives. Dave Neal's not the primary author on that. I forget who it is, but everything Dave Neal touches turns to gold in terms of mystery. And I'll be putting out another Deadbolt 5-box roundup, and maybe I'll try to do little reviews of this game and The Messenger as well. And then at the end of November, another channel update. So we got lots of stuff to do. Don't forget to check out Greg's board game channel. Anyone else want to talk about any projects you guys are working on? I'd love to hear it. Whenever you play a game that's as good as this, as elaborate as this, it does make you think twice about trying to make a game like this. You play the bad games, they're sort of inspiring to make your own. You're like, I could do this. You play this, you're like, maybe I better leave it to people who've got the energy to do this. That was a pretty cool ending that we got to see the women in the coven get saved and It went on us. We were right to be suspicious in the beginning about whether this was good for us to save those witches. DJ Moneycut says, I'm getting close to completing a playthrough of Frosthaven with my wife. Wow, that's a serious commitment. Your wife must be enjoying it and dedicated to it. That's a long game. I would love to get that played. Although I have my doubts about whether I will. I mean, I have Frosthaven. We haven't played it. I probably never will play it. I've tried to sell it. It's so heavy, it's impossible to ship. But it looks very cool. I am a sucker for the legacy games. And it says, this was a great experience. Thanks for Jesse and everyone to make it a real group effort again. This absolutely was a group effort. I would have been in a lot of trouble without this group. And I had a blast. Okay, let's sign off. A pleasure as always. I'll see you on the next video.